our esteemed guest. Professor Indira Mehrotra, former head of the Physics Department, University of Allahabad, obtained her MSc and PhD degrees from IIT Kanpur. She has published a large number of research papers in international journals of high impact and pioneered researches in the field of physics. She has produced 7 PhDs under her supervision. She has been the Vice President of the Regional Council of North Zone of Indian Association of Physics Teachers. During her tenure, she has organized many outreach activities for the benefit of teachers and students as well. She has also done as an expert in different capacities in NCERT, UPSC, and UPPSC. She is associated with different social organizations and academic institutions in the city and keeps guiding and motivating faculty members and students. Ma'am, we are really honored to have you in this technical session. Giving momentum to this technical session, now I would like to hand over the mic to our chairperson of the session, Professor Indira Mehrotra, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for your kind words. A very good afternoon to all the participants of this webinar. And it's my privilege to introduce the eminent speaker of today's technical session, Dr. Mohammad Rehan, an associate professor in the Department of Electrical Energy of Aligarh Muslim University. He was a gold medalist in BTech and had completed his MTech and PhD from AMU. Professor Rehan has done significant research work in the area of smart grid and has guided a large number of PhD and MTech students. He has been a visiting scientist at the National Institute of Solar Energy, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Gurugram. He is also the coordinator of a Skills Council Green Jobs Affiliated Training Center on Solar PV in collaboration with the Skills Council for the Government of India. He has also been entrusted by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to conduct training program for the engineers of UP Power Corporation of Pakshpanchal and Madhyanchal Division. He is member of several committees related to green energy projects at AMU and at other national institutes. He has received several prestigious awards. To name a few, he received Sir Syed Excellence Award in 2017, Lakshmipati Singhania IIM Lucknow National Leadership Award in 2018-19, Work Hard Excellence Award of Jamia Hamdard University in 2019, and many more. He has also authored a book and has published several outstanding papers. Today, he will deliver a talk on Sustainable Development Goal and green sources of electric energy. Over to Professor Rehan. I request Professor Rehan to deliver the lecture.
Thank you. I was actually muted by the host, so I could not speak. Now, I hope I am audible now. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are
Yes,
audible.
sir.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Professor Indira Mehrotra, the station chair of this session. It's an honor for me that you are chairing this session. And thank you very much for your kind words also, ma'am. And good afternoon to the coordinators also, Dr. Shubhra Malviya and Dr. A. Rahman. And I extend my greetings to all the participants also. So I think I should straight away go to my talk. I'll use some slides, so I'm sharing my screen. Can the host allow me to share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you can begin with your slides now.
Okay, I am doing that. Just a
Yes,
minute.
sir. So we have shared the screen with you.
It is still not allowing me to share the screen, actually.
Try again, sir.
I am trying. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk on sustainable development goals and the role of green sources of electrical energy in it. Now, I hope because it is the third day of the conference, so I'm sure the participants are well aware of the sustainable development goals and what is the background of these sustainable development goals or SDGs and from where they have come up. But the important thing is, what is the connection of this talk with these SDGs? So this talk is basically related to Goal 7, affordable and clean energy. Goal
Due to some connectivity issue, I think sir is not there with us. He'll soon join us.
My connectivity. So I was talking about this that if we scale down the life of Earth, the age total to 46 years, then the human presence is of for only 4 hours. And the industrial revolution began only 1 minute ago. And in that time, we have destroyed more than half of the world's forests. So this is the this is the kind of impact the human activities have had on the Earth. And many kind of effects we have been observing on the environment, on climate, and sometimes we are unable to connect these effects with our daily life, and we read a lot about these things. So I'm sharing just a simple thing, a recent news. It says that if the temperature of Earth increases by 1 degree, so the lightning strikes, the way lightning strikes have been increasing in the country. So this kind of the environment degradation has a direct impact on our lives. So in view of these, in order to minimize these effects, we need to adopt and promote sustainable development. Just a definition I would like to share for sustainable development. That sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So we have to understand that when our presence on the earth is in the form of a trustee only. The role of trustee is you meet your own needs but take into account the needs of the future generation also. And it is not an easy task, because that kind of degradation limit we have reached, it requires a lot of effort and lot of concerted, coordinated effort. Multidisciplinary. This is truly a multidisciplinary area. But somehow the problem is that, especially in our academic institutions, we have been lacking in this. As somebody has said very, very well, the world has problems, but we confine to our departments, and there are walls between departments actually. So this is an important issue. I am talking about this because I want to put on record that this event, the efforts of the organizers are commendable, because they have truly collected an interdisciplinary group of speakers. They have touched all the topics. This is how we should move if we want to make some progress in the area of sustainable developments. So now coming back to my talk, an important concern related to environment degradation is the carbon dioxide emissions. CO2 is present in the environment naturally, but the question is of balance. If it increases up beyond a certain limit, then there are multiple effects on that. So which we can simply understand in the form of like the average temperature of Earth, the increase in average temperature of Earth. So it has been increasing very fast in recent years. And the whole concept of SDG is to limit the temperature rise, basically. So this global warming, climate change, all these things are basically, you can say, beyond its acceptable value. In fact, some recent studies have predicted, like this prediction that by 2070, only 19% of the about 19% is in 2017. It says that, and it is a major concern. By 2100, at many places, healthy people may die even just coming out of their homes during sunshine. And the study talks about many places in India and China itself. So this is the kind of impact we are having, but somehow you see the discussion, the awareness related to it has been missing. Now the question is, I would like to justify my presence in this seminar. The issue is there is a direct connection between electricity and carbon dioxide. Oh, I'm sure all of you know 1 unit of electricity, because our billing is based on units. So 1000 watt used for 1 hour is 1 unit of electricity, and that is not a big thing. You have hundreds of units consumption per month. So the electrical system is primarily dominated by fossil fuels, and especially coal. We burn coal in the large power plants to generate electricity. And when we burn coal to generate electricity, it leads to about 150 grams of CO2 per unit of electricity. Now you see, there is a direct connect between electricity generation and the CO2 emission. Now, if we talk about India, so India has committed in this as a part of national SDGs that will be reducing our CO2 emission by 35% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. Now, but this is not easy. There is a big challenge in front of us as a country. You see, we understand that electricity is one of the most important requirements of the present day. Historically, it started with lighting only, then it came to cooling and heating, and then now we are, as you know, we are going to transport also electric vehicles in the world. So we are reaching a situation where energy will become synonymous to electricity, and rather it has already become synonymous. You see, the whole digital revolution, whether it is communication or internet, all are dependent on electricity. Whole air conditioning, heating system, they are dependent on electricity. So the use of electricity and its criticality, I'm sure we cannot imagine any developed society or city where availability of electricity is not there. Now, what is happening in India? We agree to the criticality of electricity. The requirement is increasing exponentially. Now you see, it is expected that India will need more electricity than Europe by 2038 and more electricity than USA by 2045. And our power system will expand 6 to 8 times in the coming 2-3 decades only. So the reason why we are expanding so fast is because we are a developing nation, so our urbanization is going on. We know the increasing population also. We are already a highly populated country, but in addition, there is growth of population is also there. And improving lifestyle, and we know almost all improvements in lifestyle have been based on increased consumption of electricity. So keeping all this in mind, keeping our SDG in mind, our national scenario in mind, we have a national mission on renewable energy. I would call it green and renewable energy. So green energy is that energy which do not contribute to emission of CO2 when we produce electricity. For example, if you use solar power for producing electricity, it will not major components are, major sources are solar and wind. So the Indian government has set a target of installing 175 gigawatt of renewable energy plants by 2022. Now this gigawatt, I will be using these terms frequently, so I have mentioned here that 1000 watt is 1 kilowatt, 1000 kilowatt is 1 megawatt, and 1000 megawatt is a gigawatt. Now, the Indian climate is most suitable for solar energy. You see, any area which has more than 300 sunny days is called the ideal climate for solar energy. And you know, we have more than 300 sunny days in our most parts of the country. So that is why the main emphasis is on solar power. So 100 gigawatt will be installed using solar power. And this is a global phenomena. Every country is now adopting these renewable and green energy sources at a fast pace. And in fact, it has come in the 15 years or so only, because around 2000, there was only 5 to 6% of the global installed capacity was based on renewable energy. And at present, the almost 50% of all new installations are based on green energy. And it is expected that by 2050, almost 2/3 of the global electrical energy will be generated by renewable energy. Now, I understand we have a mix of participants of different backgrounds, so I'll try to keep the technical content at minimum level. But I'll quickly discuss this concept of grid-connected solar PV system, because it is the main reason why the green energy has been adopted so well, and I'm sure most of you will find it useful at a personal level also. So basically, solar, we have the session chair is a renowned professor of physics. So solar cell converts sunlight into electricity. That electricity is usually electricity is of two forms, DC and AC. The cell converts it into DC, but at our homes we use in the form of AC. So we need an inverter to convert DC into AC. So we have solar panel plus inverter. In some systems we have battery to store that energy, but in some cases we do not have battery. Rather, we connect that plant to this electric power grid, the system which is bringing electricity to our homes. So this system is known as grid connected solar PV rooftop system, because it is mostly installed on the rooftop of the consumer. So these are the components basically you install on top, and there is solar panels, inverters, and meter and the grid. Now, how does it work and how it leads to the environmental contribution? You see, suppose your house requires 3 kilowatt electric energy, and there was no solar power plant on your rooftop, so you were drawing this 3 kilowatt from the power grid. Now, suppose you have installed a power plant and it is generating 2 kilowatt of electric energy. So the system works in a way that you will use this 2 kilowatt, and only 1 kilowatt you will withdraw from the grid. Now, what is the saving? Of course, you have saved financially. Plus, the important thing is, if you recall what I have said in the beginning, for every unit of electricity generated through coal, you will release 850 grams of CO2. So in 1 hour, you will be saving 850 into 2 grams of carbon dioxide emissions. So that is your environmental contribution, your contribution to saving of environment. It has another interesting aspect related to it. Suppose your generation is more than your load. You require only 3 kilowatt, but the generation is 5 kilowatt, because it depends on the weather condition also. So now your generation is more than your requirement. So what will happen? The excess energy will be transferred to the grid. That is 2 kilowatt transferred to the grid, 3 you have utilized. And it happens through the same system, through the same wires which are bringing electricity to your home. You need not install any new network for that. Now you see what is the benefit. The financial benefit is you have -2 per hour, -2 units only. No bill you have to pay, rather you will get credit for this. And the environmental benefit is 5 into 850 per hour, gram of CO2 you are saving. And I would like to emphasize that this is a system which is a well-established system, and in our country itself we have many plants working on that. In fact, our university has on a large scale. The Allahabad University also has these plants. If I am not wrong, 1 megawatt of solar plants working there. So this is basically you see this is the main driving factor behind recent growth of solar plants and the environmental savings. And here I have mentioned some important numbers just to make it a point that we need to see that our system is adopting these things at a very fast pace. Indian airports have done very well in adopting green energy. In fact, the Cochin International Airport is called the first solar power operated airport in the world. It has a 40 megawatt solar plant now. It started with 3 megawatt plant and now it has reached to 40 megawatt. Other airports are also going for that. And you see the only Cochin airport itself has 3 lakh metric tons in last about 9 years or 7 years or so. It has reduced the carbon footprint by this number. Then Indian Railways also plans to become the first 100% green railway track of such size by 2030. They are also installing 1 gigawatt and want to increase to 5 gigawatt by 2025. The Delhi Metro Rail is taking lead in it. Already 32.4 megawatt of solar power there, and they plans to add 50 megawatt in the coming years. Plus, they have made it a mandatory that any new building which is coming up there, that will have a rooftop solar. Noida Metro Rail also has 10 megawatt of solar power. Academic institutions also need to play a very important role. They should be the leaders in it. And we have a good example at AMU itself. We have 6.5 megawatt of solar power operational in the campus now for about 3 years or so, which includes a 3.3 facility at the central level, one place only, ground mounted. So these plants are generating 27,000 units per day, which leads to 20,000 kilogram of CO2 saving daily. In the last financial year, we have generated about 78 lakh units of electricity from solar plants. And now you can multiply it by 850 gram to see the equivalent saving of CO2. And now our 25% of our total consumption is through solar only. I have included some pictures also. This is our ground mounted solar plant. This is one of our hostel building having solar rooftop. And you see, this phenomena is global phenomena now. I have included this latest example of Germany on 5th July 2020. You see, on 5th July, Germany had generation of almost 80% of its electricity by renewables and only 20% by non-renewables. So the whole power system, the whole electricity system is changing in a very fast way. One of the most important reasons behind this change is the recent decline in cost of solar cells. You see the sharp, steep decline you can see in 1 decade only, how the solar cost has reduced. This shows the Europe, the condition of Europe. Now see, in 2020, now the renewables has overtaken the fossil fuels. The more generation they are having through renewables as compared to fossil fuels. And this I have mentioned the present status of renewable energy in Indian grid. This data is of March 2020. So 37 gigawatt of wind is operational, around 35 gigawatt of solar is operational, and then a small hydro and biomass is there. So you see, although we have made a very good progress, almost 70 gigawatt, but we have a long road to travel. As I have said, the first target is 175 gigawatt, but now that target has been revised and we want to go up to 400 gigawatt in the coming years. And in the last 2-3 years, we had made a good progress. But you see, sometimes we have some unexpected challenges. So this corona effect, this COVID-19 has, it has effect left its impact on everything. So solar energy, green energy system projects are also facing this difficulty. So this is 2020 is the first year since 1980s where when you are not having increase in solar capacity, and this is first slow year since 1980s. And there are many issues like you have this social distancing. So in fact, the solar plants are installed in such a way that a large number of people work for a small time. So physical distancing and social distancing requirement does not allow that. Plus, an important issue is we have been highly dependent on import of solar cells and modules from China, almost 80% from there. So Corona plus the recent issues on the border there, that is also causing some problems. And it is expected that 4 gigawatt of solar power capacity will be reduced as we were expecting this year. 4 gigawatt will be impact will be of 4 gigawatt. So this is how basically what is the connection between green and sources of electricity and the environment question, and in turn the sustainable development goals. But one thing I would like to add here is one thing is addition of green sources. Another important thing is energy efficiency and conservation of electricity. Like in this slide, you see how we are going to decarbonize the grid. So one is installing green sources of electricity. The other is looking for energy efficiency also. Like a very simple example I will use. We used to have old incandescent bulbs in our homes. So 100-watt bulb was there. Now we have replaced that by a 10-watt or 9-watt or 12-watt LED. So this is energy efficiency. You are doing the same thing with a very less amount of electricity. So this we need to promote. Plus we need to promote the conservation of electricity also. Another important challenge which I would like to highlight for the environment and green sources of electricity is the cooling challenge. You see, the air conditioner, nowadays we know that air conditioner is a highly useful thing, and it leads to better work environment. It is a boon for old and people having disease. And of course, it is technology enabler. You see, the whole internet thing is based on air conditioned environment only. But you know that it is highly energy intensive also. Its energy consumption is very high. So you see, in India, the most exponential rise in requirement of energy is in the form of cooling requirement. I'll share some numbers. Throughout the world, it is happening. In 2019, there are 1.6 billion air conditioners, which will become 5.6 billion in 2050. And you see, it means 10 new ACs every. You see, in 1990 we had 2 million ACs, 20 lakhs. 2019, 42 million, which is expected to become 1144 million by 2050. So AC, the issue is that AC consumes a lot of power, and you know other releases hydrofluorocarbons also. There are those issues also. So of course, I am not trying to say that we are not going to use ACs, because we cannot turn the clock back. The AC is a modern day necessity, and we need to look for the ways to optimize its operation. So India is the first country which has come up with a national policy on cooling, National Cooling Action Plan, ICAP, in 2019. So what we are planning is we have to design such buildings that AC requirement is minimized, plus energy efficient appliances, like we had this 3-star, 5-star rating. Now we have the inverter AC. So this is rising curve of energy efficiency. Then creating awareness that you should operate the temperature around 24-25 degrees, and developing proper skills training and certification. So this is an important area which all of us need to think. The second, related to cooling itself, the fan also. Although fan is a very less energy consuming device, appliance, as compared to AC, but the number of fans is very high. So that is why it is also an important area. And I hope some of you know that now we are moving towards energy efficient fans also, which is consuming 28 watt around electricity, as compared to old fans of 60 to 80 watts. So this is also an important area which we need to think of. Now, towards concluding my presentation, I would like to talk about universities. What is the role which a university or a college can play in this whole sustainable development issues, or SDGs and all? So these are just some pointers, and I believe the universities have a very important role to play, and we need to, of course, make it an integral part of our future plans, because when we adopt what we preach in the class, then only it becomes authentic. So if we are talking of sustainable development in the classes, that should be reflected on our campuses also. Then we need to adopt green and renewable energy sources on existing and new buildings also. And there are throughout the world, people have developed some innovative ways. In one university, they have started this green teaching certification program, in which the teachers are judged based on the basis of the content, green content, which sustainable development content, which they have included in their syllabi. Then student groups may be formed in the form of Green Energy Council. Green Energy Leadership Centers have also been established in the universities. Then energy audit is a very good concept. Energy audit is like financial audit. In financial audit, we try to locate whether there is any leakage of funds. In energy audit, we try to locate whether there is any wastage of electricity. But I would say in this context of roles of universities, colleges, the most important role which we have to play is raising awareness. We have to increase the participation of stakeholders at all levels, and most important thing is we need to bring this into discussion. We need to talk about it at different levels. And then although with high installation of renewable energy with the grid, there are multiple challenges also which the system is going to face. But I'll not go into the detail of these challenges. These are more of technical nature. But one thing which I have observed is there is a lack of awareness, technical awareness. Now I am talking of, and our programs, like our engineering programs and our other management programs also, we need to include the recent developments in the area of green energy into our contents, as well as we need to promote a more practical implementation and training of that. The engineers also who are already at senior level and the power corporation and all that, they also need to be trained on these technologies and their importance and how these technologies are going to help in attaining the sustainable development goals. And now coming towards the concluding part of my talk, you see, basically what I want to convey is that electricity is something which belongs to everyone now, and there is a direct, as I have shown here, there is a direct and important connection between electricity and the environment. You call it sustainable development or environment protection, environment degradation. So we need to give importance to this in the form that we need to bring out electricity from the confines of electrical engineering department, and we need to talk about it at a more general level. For example, we can start talking to non-technical people, because consumers are of all types. Everyone need not know the functioning of the power grid, but everyone may be informed that how your higher consumption, increased consumption is depleting the natural resources, affecting the environment, and you will bear the results of that, and the coming generations will also bear the results of that. So in this background, I'm extremely thankful, and I congratulate the organizers of this program and the principal, Professor Lalima Singh, and the conveners, Dr. Anuradha Singh and Dr. Jyoti Baijal. The selection of theme is very good, and plus the selection of the way they have selected the speakers. I'm sure it will be highly useful to all the participants, and the discussions which are generated in this program will go a long way in taking this further. And solar and wind are going to be the integral part of our electricity system now. But there are certain issues we could have made more progress. The progress which we have made is very good, but we could have achieved much more if we had a better coordination, especially at the policy level, with administrative, technical, and financial level. But we hope that because at the highest levels of government, this is a top priority area. So we hope these drawbacks will be rectified. And plus, we need to create awareness, and we need to train manpower, and we need to act together in it. I believe this is truly an interdisciplinary area in which every one of us can contribute. So with these, I will conclude my talk, and I'm open to questions from the participants. And I again thank the session chair, Professor Indira Mehrotra, for joining us in this session. Thank you. Any questions, please ask. And I have mentioned my contact details also. If any participant would like to contact later on, I have mentioned that also.
Thank you, sir. With due permission of chairperson, ma'am, few participant has arises in question in YouTube chat box. May I proceed for question, ma'am? May I, ma'am? Your voice is not coming, ma'am. Please unmute.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Proceed,
thank you.
please.
Thank you. Sir, one question is, one participant is asking, do solar panel work in blackout?
In black?
Blackout.
Blackout?
Yes, sir.
No. The question is related to blackout is when the grid is failed. There is no power from the power grid. So this on-grid system, which I have discussed, works only when the grid is also available. So the working is in the presence of grid, it reduces your consumption from the grid. So in case of blackout, this system will not work, which I have mentioned. But if you have a battery backup system, then that system will work. That will work like a normal inverter which you have in your
Yes,
village.
yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. One more question is, how do solar photovoltaic PV, that means PV panel work?
How do solar PV work?
Yeah, photovoltaic PV.
See, this is a very basic question, so I will
Yeah,
not go into that. So you see, it is simply photovoltaic effect.
yeah, voltaic.
So
Right.
most of us study in the schools level. So when sunlight falls on the solar panels, it is converted into electricity because of photovoltaic effect. So I think we can leave that will be too ordinary elementary.
One more question is really related to this. One person wished to know that is PV panel create toxic byproduct and waste? It is
This is
true.
an important question.
Yeah.
You see, some people say that we are talking of environment, and because of that we are promoting solar system. But what about the toxic effect or environmental degradation caused by solar panels? So this is an important question, but I would say two things here. One is the environmental effect in making a solar panel is not that much, that is negligible. Now the question comes of disposal of solar panels, because it has a semiconductor component also. So what I would say in that is, when we started with the cell phones, mobile phones also, so there was a concern related to how they will be disposed of.
Yes, sir.
But you see, there is a large number of solar panels we are having. Oh, sorry, these cell phones we are having, and their disposal is also developed now. Similarly, as the technology has gained momentum, the disposal systems for solar cells are also coming up. And in fact, in Europe, in many countries already safe disposal systems have been installed. In India, the progress is slow because the life of a solar panel is at least 25 years. So we started these projects 5-7 years back only. So we still have 18-20 years, and I'm sure these facilities will also come up here and will be able to safely dispose of the solar panels. This question is already under people are addressing it, and we hope that this issue will be addressed.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one more. I want to wish that in the fourth last slide, you have shown the role of university college. One point was green teaching certificate program. Which type of certificate may be running this college?
This is a program which a university in US is offering.
Okay, sir.
What they are doing is that, suppose I am a faculty member, so I need to show that what I have incorporated in my courses, what green teaching or sustainable development practices I have incorporated in my theory or practical course, and based on that they are judging for that award. So for example, I am teaching, say I am teaching a BTech final year course. So there may be a lot of scope because I am from electrical engineering, but some other person, they may not have a direct role of that. So they can indirectly involve the student. They can have a discussion on that. So let us have a discussion on sustainable development goals. Do you know what are sustainable? Like that. You need to involve people this process.
So any more questions?
Rahman sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Yes, yes. Now sound is coming. Yes. Sir, one question is from Gyanendra Singh. Question is why the government is not allowing solar panel to on e-rickshaw to save the charging electricity?
Now this is a kind of policy question, so I cannot answer in detail. But as I said, as the needs are people, and as we are observing the needs and requirements, the rules are evolving. So I hope it will be taken care of.
Okay, sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable, yes.
So any more questions? Are there any more questions?
No, no, from my side, any more question from participant? No, no, ma'am. There is no more question in chat box.
Okay. Then
So, thank you,
I would
sir.
like to thank the speaker for the very captivating talk. Although the seminar is virtual, but talk was so interesting that it has captured all the audience, and I'm sure that many of the students must be feeling, many of the um, participants of this webinar must be feeling very motivated to work in this area of green field energy. Professor Rehan has very rightly said that we have now entered a digital age which is driven by electricity, and our requirement for the energy is increasing day by day. And it's very encouraging to know that the cost of solar energy is going down every year, and it has become practical and economically feasible to install solar panels in business units and in other organizations. So he has also mentioned that universities have to play a very big role in promoting green energy. And he very rightly said that we have to practice what we preach. So if the teachers have a great responsibility towards this, that they should motivate their students, they should let their students know what green energy is and how useful the use of green energy would be. In fact, it would be interesting to know that India is the only country in the world which has exclusive ministry on new and renewable energies. Yes. And there is a national solar mission of the government of India, under which Prime Minister Modi has recently launched a 750 megawatt solar plant at Rewa district. So green energy is sure, pure, and secure, and people like Professor Mohammad Rehan can play a big role in bringing it to the essence of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for summarizing the session in such an effective manner. Now, I would like to invite Dr. A. Rahman to propose a formal vote of thanks. Over to you, Rahman, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I, Dr. A. Rahman, on behalf of SS Khanna Girls Degree College, deem it a great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks for this session. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson of this session, Professor Indira Malhotra ma'am, for accepting our request to chair the session. Thank you, ma'am. You are always with us, and you for your guidance to move forward. And thank you for very much, ma'am. I extended my cordial thanks to the eminent speaker of the day, Dr. Mohammad Rehan, for such an informative and enlightening address on environment sustainability and green energy. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants throughout India and abroad for joining us and participating in our endeavor. And lastly, the end of the story is the new beginning of for many others. This technical session is about to conclude. Now, I request to all the participants and our dignitaries to switch on their videos for a group photographs for this session. And we will be back for a next technical session on health sustainability at sharp 2:30 p.m. Thank you, ma'am. Please switch on your videos on. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it audible? Okay. Fine. I think we have our guests, so we can start. Anuradha ma'am, can you hear me? Hello. I can't hear your voice, Anuradha ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, fine. Health is a state of complete harmony of the mind, body, and spirit. To keep the body in good health is a duty. Otherwise, we shall not be able to keep mind strong and clear. A very pleasant evening to one and all. I, Dr. Sippy Singh, welcome you all to the technical session 2 of day 3 on health sustainability. Today, we are fortunate enough to have two distinguished personalities with us. Professor Namita Singh ma'am, the chairperson of this session, and Dr. Namit Ranjan sir, the esteemed speaker of the day. I, on the behalf of SS Khanna Girls Degree College and the organizing team of the conference, accord a warm and special welcome to the chairperson and speaker. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, sir. I also welcome all the participants who have joined us through Zoom and YouTube live platform. It gives me immense pleasure and I feel privileged and elated to introduce our chairperson, who is living inspiration and a woman of virtue and simplicity. Professor Namita Singh, who is director at Department of Biotechnology and Nanotechnology at Guru Jambheshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, Haryana, is an academician with distinct vision and fountainhead of illuminating ideas and knowledge. She is microbiologist and is the first woman general secretary of the prestigious Association of the Microbiologists of India. Professor Singh has completed her PhD and postdoctoral fellowship from Barkatullah University, Madhya Pradesh, and BGU, Israel. Amongst her various accolades, it is worth mentioning that ma'am has received fellowships like Junior Research Fellowship, Senior Research Fellowship of UGC, Research Associateship of Department of Environment, Government of India, UNESCO American Society for Microbiology Fellowship Award in 2000, EPODM Gold Medal Award in 2009, and many more to count. Professor Namita Singh ma'am has visited Japan, Germany, Canada, England, Australia, Ethiopia for academic ventures. She is the member of various scientific bodies like Indian Science Congress, Indian Society of Cell Biology, and the list is very long. Professor Singh has more than 125 publications to her credit in journals of high repute, one patent, and has supervised 14 PhD scholars. Ma'am has a number of completed and ongoing projects funded by University Grants Commission, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology. Because of her academic excellence, Professor Singh has been the UGC Chairman nominee for CPE Advisory Board, Governing Council, and Experts Committee, and member of expert nominated by Department of Biotechnology also. Ma'am, we are very elated and honored to have you with us. So may I request you to kindly chair the session and introduce our speaker, Dr. Namit Ranjan sir, research scientist from Germany. Ma'am, please.
Ma'am, kindly unmute.
Kindly unmute yourself.
Sorry. Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Perfectly.
Okay. So, thank you, Dr. CP. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to serve as chairman of this 5-day international e-conference on sustainability challenges and transforming opportunities amidst COVID-19 under strengthening component of STAR college scheme of DBT. I further extend my appreciation to the principal, Dr. Nilima, all staff members of SS Khanna College, Prayagraj, for cooperation and in smooth conducting or transition of take up these opportunities or responsibilities. As we all know, UN chief has declared that COVID-19 pandemic is world global crisis since World War II. In current situation, ray of hopes once again lies with the scientists, technocrats, and the educationists, particularly how to manage many such pandemic in future. I expect as teacher to remain relevant to the current and future needs of our society in this regard. On behalf of SS Khanna College, as member of advisory board, I take this opportunity to accord a warm welcome to Dr. Namit Ranjan, research scientist, Department of Physical Biochemistry, Max Planck Institute for Biophysical Chemistry, Göttingen, Germany. On the second technical session of this third day of 5-day international conference, Dr. Namit Ranjan is inspiring role model for the all budding scientist. He is well known for his latest contribution in the field of protein analytics, protein engineering, enzyme technology. He has expertise in the field of gene expression, fermentation technology, and many other in the field of microbial biotechnology. especially molecular biology. Dr. Namit did his PhD from Zurich, Germany, in the field of molecular biology and biophysics in the year 2010, and master's from the Madurai Kamraj University, India. In 2006, Dr. Namit secured All India's second rank in the MSc admission combined entrance test in the year 2004 to study for his MSc in the field of molecular biology. After that, he did or secured the position as a Zurich PhD fellow in the Zurich for continuing his PhD from Germany. He worked as a PDF in Max Planck's fellowship program. Its list is very long, and I feel in a young age, he did a lot of work in the field of molecular biology. And you can say the modern techniques and modern biology, he has many more contributions. He has many publication in the field of RNA technologies. Today, he will talk about the contribution of basic science in the disease prevention and what are the basics responsible for, you can say, causing disease in the human being and how we can manage by studying the basic protein biology or the molecular biology and regulation of certain pathways in the human. I have great pleasure to welcoming you, sir, to this wonderful virtual gathering. It is indeed our pleasure and privilege to have you amidst us today on behalf of all the assembled here in a virtual world. I extend a very warm welcome, Dr. Namit Ranjan, once again, and request him to please start your presentation to enlighten our knowledge with the presentation. Thank you. Dr. Ranjan.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this kind introduction. And I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers for reaching out to me to present my kind of research in today's virtual meeting. So just let me share my screen and then should be able to. So I am not able to share it. So I have to request the organizers to allow me to please share the screen.
I request Dr. Nishi Sheth kindly look the matter.
Yes, ma'am. Try again, sir.
No, it's tells me to allow Zoom to share your screen.
We allow from our side, sir.
Okay.
Try again.
So should
we allowed you, sir.
Okay, so let me try once again. Yes, now I think I can. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today I will talk about contribution of basic science in disease prevention, and most specifically, I will talk about very well-known drug target, that is ribosomes. So ribosome, as we all know, is a macromolecular complex which is responsible for protein synthesis. Therefore, my talk is going to be more about protein synthesis and how ribosome kind of regulates protein synthesis. And to that end, I will just talk about today translation regulation in eukaryotes. And I will tell you why eukaryotes, and in particular, I will talk about role of RNA epitranscriptome. And epitranscriptome is kind of a post-transcriptional modification, which is responsible for now regulating gene expression. And I will tell you some of the published results from our study for RNA epitranscriptome. And to the last part of my talk, I will talk about the regulatory network, meaning the components that is interacting with ribosomes, and more specifically, our latest submitted manuscript about fungal specific elongation factor 3. So let me first start with translation pathway. As we all know that protein synthesis or translation is a very basic cellular fundamental process. And this is this is kind of subdivided into 4 major steps: what needs initiation, elongation, termination, and recycling. And during initiation phase, the ribosome is programmed with an initiated tRNA at the P site of the ribosome, where the initiator codon AUG lies. And this is now ready for the elongation step. Now, elongation step is basically subdivided into 2 steps, which one is decoding, where a peptide bond is formed, where the first ternary complex, which is aminoacylated tRNA in association with an elongation complex, comes and recognize the codon, which is at the A site of the ribosome, and corresponding aminoacylated tRNA is kind of welcomed by the ribosome. A peptide bond is formed. And once a peptide bond is formed, then the ribosome has to move to the next codon in the process called as elongation. Once the translocation, and once the translocation has occurred, then the A site is now again free for a next round of decoding to happen. Now, in this process of decoding, translocation continues till ribosome encounters the stop codon. And once the stop codon is kind of encountered by the ribosome, then the release factors are responsible for termination to happen, releasing the polypeptide from the ribosome. And once the polypeptide is released from the ribosome, then the ribosomal complex is kind of recycled back using a ribosome release factors, and the dissociated ribosomal subunits can again re-enter the process of initiation. And this whole translation pathway is very critical, very important, and not just because of ribosomes, but also because of the tRNA and mRNA, which is playing a very important role here. For a very long time, people thought that tRNA and mRNA are kind of very passive molecule whose business is just to bring an aminoacylated tRNA to the ribosome, and mRNA just encodes the triplet codon responsible for any amino acid. However, with the advance in technology and more and more research, we now know that tRNA and mRNA are no more passive molecules. And today I will tell you more about how a tRNA molecule can regulate translation. And probably I will not have much time to talk about mRNA modification and how mRNA can regulate translation, but let's see how my talk goes on. So now here, as you can see, there are all the factors written in black for bacterial factors and green in eukaryotic factors. So one thing is very clear, that eukaryotic system is a bit more complex, and therefore by now we don't have a very precise and very elongated eukaryotic translation system available to study each and every step what is mentioned over here. For prokaryotes we have, and very recently I have reconstituted a yeast translation system, which I will again show you during my talk. So before I go into that, let me tell you more about RNA epitranscriptome. So as I mentioned, it's a post-transcriptional alteration that do not change RNA sequence per se, but are functionally relevant for gene expression. So, and one such post-transcriptional alteration can happen in tRNA. And by now we know that tRNA is a highly modified species with more than 175 modifications known, combined in all tRNAs. And one obvious feature by just looking at the tRNA here is that position 34 is a hotspot for modification, as so many modifications are found there, but not all modifications are present on one tRNA. but it's a kind of scattered in all different tRNAs. But 34th position is a very hot spot. Now 34th position also very important because this is the first position of the anticodon, which interacts with the third with the codon on the mRNA in the ribosome. Therefore, this has to be very important to also allow Wubble position to happen. So I think we all remember what Wubble hypothesis is, which allows kind of many more interactions to happen so that a codon can be recognized much easily. Now, the modification that I'm going to talk about today is about a position 34 modification. And before I can go into detail about which modification and how it can regulate translation, I just want to tell you and show you why tRNA is important to study. So this list is from 2014. And as you can see, there are numerous diseases, human diseases associated with tRNA modification and spatially mutations in the enzymes responsible for tRNA modification. And this disease includes neurological disorders, cancer, metabolic disorders, mitochondrial linked diseases. Therefore, it is very, very important to understand the contribution of tRNA modifications to first understand the molecular mechanism of how this disease can happen. And this can, in principle, lead to a successful therapeutic development later on. And this is where the basic science comes into play a very important role. So the modification that I am interested or I'm going to talk to you today about is methyl carbonyl methyl thiomodification or MCM5S2U modification in yeast. Well, this modification is conserved throughout all domains of life, meaning all tRNAs, all domains of life contain this modification. And we know that it exists in 3 tRNAs, one coding for lysine, glutamine, and glutamate. And we know that it can restrict or facilitate Wubble base pairing, and it can fine-tune decoding at the ribosome. Now having this all information in mind, one can say that, okay, now we know more about, we know that it is involved in ribosome and it can fine-tune decoding, but the main question remained was how it can do so. So this thiomodification or S here is placed on the tRNA by a URM1 pathway. So URM1 is called as ubiquitin-related modifier 1. It's a very small protein like ubiquitin, so it belongs to a ubiquitin family. However, it is not doing ubiquitination of protein for degradation. Rather, it is responsible for adding sulfur to the tRNA. So this was the very first surprising evidence that came from my postdoc lab. And then I followed up to follow up what this modification is doing on the level of translation. So today I will only talk about thiomodification and how it regulates translation. So the very first question that we addressed or tried to address almost 7-8 years back was how is translation affected if you don't have thiomodification present on the tRNA. So we did a couple of experiments to make sure, including polysome profile analysis, that compared to wild type where you have fully modified tRNA, and when you compare the polysome analysis of a mutant yeast strain which does not have a thiomodified tRNA, the polysome analysis looked more or less similar. So this kind of gave us a very first indication that the general translation is not affected at all, even if you don't have modification present on the tRNA. So we were very puzzled because we know that the yeast strain deleted of any component responsible for thiomodification grows very slow on certain growth media. So we were kind of puzzled if general translation is not affected. Could that be a case that there's only a handful of substrate or a handful of proteins which is kind of regulated by presence or absence of thiomodification on the tRNA? So to address that question, we performed quantitative proteomics where we could see that there are a bunch of proteins. So here each dot represents one protein. So there are a bunch of proteins which are down-regulated when you don't have tRNA modification in the cell. And of course, there are a bunch of proteins which are up-regulated in the cell. So since our initial interest was to understand how it can down-regulate protein expression, so we further looked deep into the down-regulated proteins. And what we could find that there are certain proteins which are enriched for the codons, which would require a modified tRNA. And as you can see, there's only a bunch of dots presented over here. This kind of gave us a very clear indication that there's only a handful of substrate which would require modified tRNA for its proper translation to happen. And that is why in polysome analysis, this was just not visible. So then we followed that up and did a couple of experiments to make sure that the effect that we see in quantitative proteomics doesn't come from the less mRNA that could be produced. So we did quantitative PCR, real-time PCR, to make sure that for all proteins here, the mRNA levels were the same. So indicating that there is no problem at the transcription level, and what happens is really at the level of translation. So, and then the next thing we tested was the protein stability of these dots over time in wild type and in our mutant, which would lack modified tRNA. And here I'm showing you just 2 examples. And we did for other candidates as well, and we could not see any difference in the protein stability of these candidates in wild type or in mutant cells, suggesting that the effect that we see in our proteomics data really comes from the level of translation. So there is no problem in transcription before protein synthesis can happen, and there is no problem after the protein is really synthesized in terms of protein stability or degradation of protein over time, or the half-life of the protein. So from here, we concluded that general translation is not affected, and there are a bunch of genes which are enriched for these 3 codons, which would require modified tRNA, and they are the real targets for modified tRNA to be present there for proper translation. So one publication essentially in the same year when we published our result, and one in 2015, 2 years later, from the Sebastian Leidl group, both did ribosome profiling. And what they could show that if you have a fully modified tRNA, you have an optimal codon translation rate. And they could further show, which is very interesting, that if you have an optimal codon translation rate, you will have a folded proteome, and there is no problem in the cell will be fine and healthy. However, as soon as you have an unmodified tRNA, you have a codon specific ribosome pausing. And I'm going to show you that it's actually ribosomes are not paused, but it's actually just slow translating. And now what they could figure out here, that if you have unmodified tRNA, they could capture in their ribosome profiling data 40% more ribosomes compared to the fully modified wild type scenario. And this could result in protein misfolding and aggregation. And that is one of the major cause of disease to happen. Okay. So now, while they published this a very interesting data, we already started our next project, which was how is translation regulated. And to do that, let me first walk you through the kinetic scheme of A site binding. And this is the step which is called as decoding. So from initiation to decoding, it looks as one step, but actually there's lots of intermediate steps in between. And that is where the basic science really is important, to understand each and every intermediate step to really understand and pinpoint which step is really regulated, in this particular case by tRNA modification. And therefore, in future, if there will be a therapeutic drugs available, then we can figure out and make sure that which step of protein translation we are targeting. Okay. So now the kinetic scheme of A site binding goes in this way, that you have an initiated ribosome ready for to enter elongation step. And then this ternary complex, which is association of amino-acylated tRNA with an elongation factor in its GTP bound form. So they have a first initial binding. And once the initial binding is done with some apparent rate or elemental rate of binding and dissociation, which is K1 and K-1 here, then the codon is read and recognized by the ribosome, because whatever codon is present at the A site, corresponding amino-acylated tRNA has to enter. So this is the step of codon reading and codon recognition. Once the codon and a particular amino-acyl tRNA is recognized, the tRNA enters the ribosome. There is a GTP activation of the elongation factor. GTP is then hydrolyzed, and then I have to. And then once the GTP is hydrolyzed, the PI, the inorganic phosphate release, and there's the elongation factor rearrangement. And after this rearrangement, there's two possibilities of a peptide bond to form. The first possibility is that the elongation factor assists in a peptide bond formation before it can be released from the ribosome, or elongation factor is released from the ribosome and then the tRNA on its own make a peptide bond formation. Now, this pathway was kind of, the idea was circulating in the field for a very long time, because X-ray crystallographer or cryo-EM or structural biologist people could see both kinds of structure, but it was not possible to kinetically kind of pinpoint and say that these two pathways could exist, okay, before I could show this, that it's really the case. Now, there is a possibility that even after a GTP hydrolysis, there is no peptide bond formation. And in that particular case, the amino acid tRNA will be released from the ribosome even without forming a peptide bond, which is called as amino acid tRNA rejection step. Now, in order to study each and every step, we need a readout for each and every step. And this was one of the major challenge for my project here. And I'm gonna walk you through how this was achieved. So the tRNA, if in its D loop, if they have a uridine present over there, then this can be labeled with a proflavin, and this can be used as a fluorescent labeled tRNA as a readout. So now I took the advantage of our proflavinated tRNA to study initial binding. Now, the rates of initial binding and codon recognitions are so fast that it's almost impossible to distinguish between initial binding and codon recognition. So in order to understand the initial binding, what we did was we didn't use the initiated ribosomes. Rather, we use an empty ribosome without any tRNA inside the ribosome. Now, this is fundamentally very strong and robust assay to do. So what we do is you take a 70S ribosome, the bacterial ribosome, or the eukaryotic ribosome, and then you add your proflavinated amino acid tRNA with its elongation factor, and then you follow the binding of the proflavinated tRNA to the ribosome, which is depicted here with the increase in the signal. So the signal increase would mean that the ternary complex interacts with the ribosome, and it does not enter, because in this particular case, the ribosome is not programmed. There's no mRNA, there's no tRNA inside. But this is a very robust assay to monitor the initial binding. So now for codon recognition, we use the initiated ribosomal complex, so the initiation complex, and then we use the same ternary complex here to follow the initial binding, codon recognition. And once the tRNA goes inside the ribosome, and if everything is fine, then it will end up in a peptide bond formation. So now from the same set of tRNA, we can also get information about amino acid tRNA accommodation, peptide bond formation. And if there is no peptide bond formation, then the tRNA is rejected. So we can, in principle, deduce all this information from this type of experiment. And I will tell you how we can do that later on. Now, to monitor GTP activation, what I have used is a fluorescent labeled GTP analog, which is MANT GTP. And if there is GTP is activated, you will see an increase in the signal. And once the PI is released, then you will see a decrease in the signal, because then this kinds of dissociate from the ribosomal complex. So this is a very robust readout to follow GTP activation and the release of elongation factor from the ribosome as well. Now, for GTP hydrolysis, we have used a radio-labeled P32P GTP, where the gamma phosphate is labeled, and if it is released from the ribosome, then you will follow the formation. You can easily follow how much GTP is hydrolyzed over time. And if your ribosomal complex are active enough to hydrolyze, then you will see a signal, what is available, what you can see over here, that over time you have more and more GTP hydrolyzed, therefore more and more gamma phosphate you can separate on a thin layer chromatography. Now, to follow a real peptide bond formation, we use a radio-labeled amino acylated tRNA. And again, if a peptide bond is formed, more and more radio label you can follow in a dipeptide fraction, and this will be visible over time here. So now I showed you that we have kind of generated a toolbox to monitor each and every step, what is mentioned over here, the initial binding, codon recognition, GTP activation, GTP hydrolysis, and a peptide bond formation. So having all these tools in hand, we did time courses for all the steps: initial binding, codon recognition, and you can read over here using the fully modified tRNA from wild type and the mutant tRNA from our mutant yeast strains. So now these type of traits doesn't tell you much about what is actually happening at the level of ribosome, but then what we can do is we can use a commercially available Kintech Explorer and do a global fitting to deduce the elemental rate of each and every step that I just showed you. So now let me just walk you through the elemental rates that we have obtained and which are the steps in the decoding process that is regulated by loss of tRNA modification. So now the initial binding, we could not observe any significant difference between the binding and the dissociation of ternary complex. And for all the traits that I'm going to show you here, is the black is fully modified tRNA and the blue one is an unmodified tRNA. So basically from the mutant strains. Okay. So we could conclude that the initial binding is independent of tRNA modification. Then for codon recognition, the recognition of the ternary complex by the ribosome, which is depicted by K2 here, is unaffected. So ribosome does not discriminate between modified and unmodified tRNA as soon as it is just outside the ribosome and it's kind of tRNAs are knocking the door of ribosome that open the door for me. Ribosome will just open the door. Ribosome will not care whether you are modified or you are not modified. But once you enter the ribosome, ribosome has a proofreading mechanism to make sure that the tRNA is fully modified. And if tRNA is fully modified, the rate of rejection from the ribosome are very slow. Now, since we have used an unmodified tRNA, which are not welcomed by the ribosome, so ribosome will allow the tRNA to enter, do a proofreading step and tell that, oh, you are not modified, so you are not allowed to be here. And they will be kicked out 6 times faster compared to fully modified tRNA. So this is the very first step where the modification of tRNA is very, very important. Now, we didn't see much difference in GTP activation and hydrolysis. However, what we see, which is very surprising for us, and we still don't understand, and we are puzzled, and we are doing many more experiments to really understand this, is why the PI release. So once GTP is hydrolyzed, the inorganic phosphate releases from the ribosome. So for fully modified tRNA, the release of inorganic phosphate is about 7 times faster when you have unmodified tRNA inside the ribosome. Now, we don't understand kinetic mechanism of PI release because they are just super fast to monitor by the latest available technologies that we have so far. So we cannot figure out and we cannot tell why unmodified tRNA releases the PI about 7 to 10 times slower than fully modified tRNA. But all these steps are very, very important to understand the role of modified tRNA in regulating translation. Then the next step that was very surprising to us was the tRNA rejection. We did not find any difference in the peptide bond formation, whether you go, whether the peptide bond is formed with the help of elongation factor or without the help of elongation factor. But what was surprising to us was that even if some tRNAs which was not rejected at the codon recognition step, which was not rejected at the PI release step, was rejected even before a peptide bond could be formed, because they just skipped the ribosome, or they just fooled the ribosome to cross the codon recognition step. But ribosome was clever enough to reject even before a peptide bond was formed, because ribosome knows that if it allows a peptide bond to form, it's going to be very, very slow at the end. And I'm going to show you that data as well. So what we could show that in the process of a peptide bond formation, which is a multi-step process, how a tRNA regulation can really regulate a formation of peptide bond. It can slow the formation of peptide bond at 3 steps, what is depicted over here. Now, once a peptide bond is formed, then a translocation to happen. And translocation is a process where ribosome moves to the next codon, or in other words, tRNA, mRNA moves along with the ribosome, so that you have a free A site for the next round of decoding to happen. Now, this is facilitated by another elongation factor, which is also a GTPase. So it needs GTP hydrolysis for its activity. Now, this is a two-step process. One step is once the elongation factor binds, then ribosome kinds of rotate anti-clockwise to each other, which is called as counterclockwise rotation, or CCW. And then during that step, the tRNA kind of moves from P site to the E site and A site to the P site. And then there is a clockwise rotation, then ribosome comes back to its original position and making the A site free for the next round of decoding to happen. So now this is also a very complicated and multi-step process, but the elongation factor performed this process. So here we studied two things. One thing was how the ribosomal subunit rotate corresponding to each other in presence of fully modified tRNA and unmodified tRNA. But for that, we have labeled the ribosomes at a particular position, both the large subunit in what is depicted by red here, and small subunit, what is depicted by yellow over here. So then the second thing we followed was, once the A site is free, how much of puromycin. So puromycin is a very small chemical molecule which occupies as soon as it sees a free A site. Okay. So if the translocation is proper, A site is free, and then the puromycin will react to the dipeptide which is already in the ribosome. So after we followed how the ribosomal subunit counterclockwise rotates and clockwise rotates, and then we monitored the formation reaction of puromycin inside the ribosome. So what you see over here is the rotated and non-rotated or counterclockwise and clockwise rotation of ribosomal subunit when a fully modified or wild type tRNA is present in black, and then in the mutant you see that it's kind of slow. And then when we deduce the rate, we could see that for the counterclockwise rotation, there's no problem for the ribosome. Ribosome can rotate in the counterclockwise rotation, but the clockwise rotation is about 2.5 to 3 times slower if you have an unmodified tRNA. Now this clearly indicates that there is a problem in the movement of tRNA from P to E and A to P site. Now, if this is the case, then you will have less A site free, and you will have less puromycin reaction. And this is exactly what we have observed. So we observed about 2.5 times slow puromycin reactivity, which goes hand in hand with the ribosomal subunit rotation. So we could say that the translocation is also impeded if you don't have fully modified tRNA. Okay. Now let me just tell you that what we did afterwards was, using the elemental rates that we have deduced from our Kintek and the translocation rate, we asked our Kintek to model how much of time ribosome resides on that particular codon when you have modified tRNA or when you have unmodified tRNA. And we have deduced that the decoding time increased from 1 second for fully modified tRNA to 3 seconds for an unmodified tRNA. And the translocation rate moves from 2.5 seconds for fully modified tRNA to 3.5 seconds. And now this would give us an expected increase in ribosome residence time on that particular codon by 40%. And as I mentioned before, in the ribosome profiling data, they could observe 40% more ribosomes compared to fully modified tRNA. And this is exactly what happens. So this is one of the situation where in vitro science comes and merges with an in vivo science, and we get exactly the same data, exactly the same answer. So this means that what is actually happening in absence of tRNA modification is that it really slows down a peptide bond formation. It really slows down translocation to happen. Therefore, it really slows down the whole translation process. And if you have a slow translation happening, and when you capture the ribosomes at any particular point of time, you will have about 40% more ribosomes. And this goes in hand with the ribosome profiling data. So we concluded that what was the main outcome, or the summary, is that if you have a fully modified tRNA, you have a fast decoding, you have a fast translocation, and you will have an efficient translation, meaning no problem for the cells. Cells will be healthy, no problem. If you have an unmodified tRNA, you have slow decoding, you have slow translocation, and you have slow translation. And we know that in many diseases, tRNAs are involved. And this is one of the mechanisms by which tRNA can regulate translation in that particular disease state. And this could lead in more and more disease such as cancer and mitochondrial linked diseases. So now, so this was the whole part about RNA epitranscriptome, which was kind of published by now. And then whatever data I have showed today or now was using the tRNA from yeast. So we have purified the wild type tRNA from yeast and the unmodified tRNA also from the yeast. But we have used the in vitro translation system from bacteria, because till that time the eukaryotic translation system to do all these kind of complex and intricate experiments was just not available. But the good thing, or I was just lucky enough that the yeast tRNA was very much welcomed by the bacterial ribosome, and therefore I could do all these experiments and could figure out what is going on in the terms of mechanism for translation regulation. So then what I'm going to show you next is basically a story about elongation factor 3. But I would also tell you that from 2017 till today, we were also very much occupied to reconstitute the eukaryotic translation system from yeast as a model system. And because it's much and more complicated to reconstitute the human translation system or from rabbit translation system. Though I agree that the rabbit reticulocyte system is available, but this is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about purifying each and every initiation complex, elongation factors, ribosome to reconstitute the whole system. So let me walk you through the eukaryotic elongation factor 3 as a regulatory network for that interacts with the ribosome. And I will also, during this talk, walk you through how we have established the yeast translation system and why we have established that and what was the outcome for EF3. So eukaryotic elongation factor 3 or EF3 is the essential gene in yeast. So if you delete this gene, the cell dies. Okay, and it's very fungal specific because so far no known homologs has been identified in any other organism. However, the hunt is really going on a huge scale. So everyone is kind of related to this field is hunting hard enough to find the homolog of EF3 in higher eukaryotes. Okay. So, and this contains two ATP binding cassettes, ABC1 and ABC2. Both can bind and hydrolyze ATP. And just to pinpoint that in difference to all other elongation factor known, this is an ATPase. The other elongation factors are GTPase. They hydrolyze GTP, but this one hydrolyze ATP. We don't know why it hydrolyzes ATP, but the research is going on. So we will hopefully understand and know more about that soon. So there was one indication that since it interacts with ribosome, so it must be involved in translation, elongation, and termination. And as you can imagine that since it's an essential gene in yeast, so all studies so far has been done was inside the cell, because as soon as you purify elongation factor 3, you would require a complete in vitro translation system to study and understand the mechanism of this one. So, and if you look on each genome database, you will find that for EF3, there are some more information available that it can control over the rate of translation. Its expression is changed upon starvation or morphogenesis. Its interaction with the ribosome is attenuated by a small snake-like protein called STM1. And its interactome includes the other elongation factor. And I'm going to show you one experiment or some data that it really interacts with EF2. Okay. And in 2006, so almost 14 years back, there was one crystal structure obtained for EF3 associated with an empty ATS ribosome. So in this experiment, they just purified ATS ribosome from yeast, EF3 from yeast. They just mixed together and then obtained the crystal and could identify how it looks on the structure. Now, this is also a very good point that we are in 2020 and this structure was available from 2006. Why it took 14 years for us to really understand the function of this one? And the answer lies is that it's an essential gene. One really needs an in vitro translation system to study this one, because bacteria would not recognize this one, and therefore bacterial translation is of basically no use to study EF3. So this was also one of the motivation why we kind of started to understand the precise role of EF3. And to that, we fully reconstituted the yeast in vitro translation system, meaning we have purified all the essential or required initiation factors, elongation factors, ribosomal subunits. We synthesize short mRNAs. We purify each and every tRNA that is required, and then we reconstitute the whole system. And I'm going to show you the purification strategies as well in next slide, and how we did that. But here, what I'm going to show you that once you have a fully reconstituted in vitro yeast translation system, this is a very powerful system, not just to study EF3, but to study eukaryotic gene expression regulation, because so far this is the best eukaryotic translation system available to understand even the disease process. Okay? And let's not forget that ribosome is a hotspot for drugs. There are more than half of the antibiotics known, I mean, all antibiotics target ribosomes, and more than half of the antimicrobial drugs available also targets ribosome. So ribosomes are very important, and since we are eukaryotes, therefore eukaryotic translation system is going to play a very, very important role to understand the human disease. And that is why basic science is very, very critical towards that. So once you have this ATS in vitro translation system reconstituted, one can study each and every step of translation, that is initiation complex formation, kinetics of each and every step of elongation, what I just showed you a few slides before using bacterial translation system, but one can really recapitulate everything in using yeast translation system or eukaryotic translation system. So now here I'm just showing you the initiation factors that we have purified, the elongation factors that we have purified, the ribosomal subunits that we have purified, and also the quality control of the ribosomal subunit by showing you the RNA quality. Okay, so now not all factors were purified by overexpression in bacteria, but there are few which are multi-subunit proteins like EIF2. So this is 3 subunit protein, and then EIF3, which is 5 subunit protein complex, and these were purified from yeast directly. Okay, and then we have purified all the elongation factors, including EF3, EF2, EF1A, and whatever we require to reconstitute the yeast translation system. So having everything in hand and also the tRNAs that we need, then we asked that, okay, can you do the business? Can you really make the translation to happen? To that end, first we purified and made our ATS initiation complex, meaning initiated tRNA at the P site, which is AUG codon, and could see that whether this is really formed or not. To that, we used a radio-labeled or methionine-labeled initiated tRNA so that it's just easy to follow where it goes. And we did a gel filtration assay. And as you can see, this is our ATS initiation complex P with a absorbance of 260, indicating ATS ribosomes. And the bars here shows the radioactivity. Since both coincide with each other, this really suggests that this is a complex of ATS initiation complex with an initiated tRNA inside the ribosome at the P site. And here is the free tRNAs, extra tRNAs that we have added in excess to reconstitute the system. These are the excess of initiation factors, which is shown over here, which we have added to reconstitute the system. So now, good, we have ATS initiation complex form, but we still don't know whether they are active or not. To check the activity of such an ATS initiation complex, we followed the formation of a peptide bond. And here we have made a ternary complex using EF1A in its GTP bound form. And in this particular case, we follow the formation of MET-Val. Now, so we use amino acylated tRNA corresponding for Val here. And as you can see that over time, you can see the formation of MET-Val, suggesting that our purified ATS initiation complex are active. And in principle, we can reconstitute the yeast translation system. Okay. So we have kind of submitted this as a book chapter, which hopefully should be out very soon. So having this system in hand, we started to study what is the precise role of EF3. So the very first experiment, what we did was we used the purified ATS initiation complex and we followed the decoding. That is the first peptide bond formation in presence of the ternary complex, which is EF1A in association with aminoacylated tRNA, and plus or minus EF3, because we don't know at which stage of translation EF3 is required. And then what we can see over here, that in presence of EF3, which is green circles here, or in absence of EF3, which is the red triangles over here, the rate of dipeptide formation is not much different. Okay, so from here we have concluded that the EF3 is not required for the first peptide bond to happen. Then once the dipeptide is formed, then we followed the second peptide bond formation or the tripeptide analysis here. So for that we have added EF2, because this is the translocation factor known for eukaryotes, and then also EF3. So both was either added or not added to the assays. So what you see here over here is that we have incubated our dipeptide complex, so MET-Phe in this particular case, which we call as pre-complex, and this was mixed with the ternary complex for Val with both EF2 and EF3, or with just EF2 or with just EF3. Okay, now what we can see is that if EF2 or EF3 are just present alone, then there's no tripeptide formation, as you can see here, blue and red. The moment you add both elongation factor EF2 and EF3, you see, boom, you have a tripeptide formation. Now, this very clearly shows that for yeast translation or eukaryotic translation to happen, you require two elongation factors. One is EF2 and one is EF3. And if this is the case, and let's not forget that this is the process where dipeptide is formed, and then the first translocation has to happen so that A site is free, and then only a tripeptide bond can form. So in this particular case, both translocation and tripeptide formation is happening at the same time. Now, if that is true, what happens when you pre-translocate everything and make A site free already? Okay, so which is we call as a post-translocation complex. So in this particular case, post-translocation complex, which was prepared by incubating pre with both elongation factors or the dipeptide with EF2 or EF3 alone. So we mixed three different setup and incubated for 20 minutes before we added the ternary complex. Now, if translocation has already happened, then the tripeptide rate should be similar for all three cases, right? And what we see is that in green, where both factors are present, it's kind of what we see beforehand. So this is kind of fine that translocation has really happened. Now, surprising enough, when you pre-incubate our dipeptide complex with EF2, you see as good as both EF2 and EF3 tripeptide formation. This suggests that EF2 on its own is sufficient enough to do the translocation, provided you give them enough time. Okay, in the left panel, everything is happening at the same time compared to the right panel where we have pre-incubated for 20 minutes. So EF2 is kind of kicked out all the tRNAs from A site to P site and made A site free for the reaction. Surprisingly or interestingly enough, EF3 alone cannot do that. So there is no tripeptide formation even after 20 minutes pre-incubation with of EF3 with the dipeptide complex. So this suggests that whatever EF3 is required for, EF2 is a prerequisite, because if EF2 alone can do translocation, and this is not happening in presence of EF3, EF2, which is shown in purple here. So this concludes that EF3 is very, very essential for a tripeptide formation to happen. Now, from here, we have kind of got a hint that probably translocation is regulated by EF3, or really a peptide bond formation is regulated by EF3. Now, to do that, we again followed the intermediate steps of translocation, what I just mentioned before, which was once a dipeptide is formed, then there is a counterclockwise rotation of ribosomal subunit, and then the counterclockwise rotation for A site to be free, and then a tripeptide is formed, and once it moves on, then the E site tRNA is released during that process as well, which we call as E site tRNA release. Now, I briefly already mentioned about pyromycin reaction. So one can imagine that if translocation is complete, A site is free, and then the puromycin will react. Okay, so we followed the formation of puromycin reaction, or which we also call as a movement of tRNA inside the ribosome. Okay, now the interesting thing here is that if you mix your dipeptide with puromycin and both elongation factor 2 and 3, you see a nice tRNA movement, or the puromycin reactivity, which is shown here in green. EF2 alone is sufficient to move the tRNA, and puromycin can react. But EF3 alone is again not sufficient enough to do the whole reaction. Now from here, we have concluded that actually puromycin reactivity happens right after counterclockwise rotation. As soon as ribosome rotates in its counterclockwise formation, then the tRNA part on the large subunit, ribosomal subunit, goes towards the A. Let me rephrase. So the A site tRNA fragment, which is on the large ribosomal subunit, moves towards the P site, and that makes the A site on the large subunit free, and this is where the puromycin reacts. So it means that EF2 starts translocation, and as soon as translocation is started, puromycin can react. And EF3 case, where there's just EF3 present, this first step of translocation has not started, therefore EF3 cannot allow puromycin to react to the same extent as EF2. Now again, we performed our post-translocation experiment, where we have pre-incubated the pre-complex with the elongation factor, and after 20 minutes of pre-incubation, we added with the puromycin. So as expected, the EF2 alone or EF2 and EF3 in combination does not change, because for puromycin to happen, reaction to happen, you just need the first step of translocation to happen. Okay, and this happens in presence of EF2 on its own. Now EF3 again cannot do anything, so this really suggests that EF3 requires EF2 to start translocation, and once the translocation is started, then EF2 releases the ribosome complex, and I will tell you why it does so. And then the half started translocation is kind of completed by EF3. Okay, so this was the part for that one. And then we also followed how the deacylated tRNA is released from the ribosome, whether this is also facilitated by EF3 or not. So to cut the long story short, yes, it does affect the release of E site tRNA. So when you incubate our ternary tripeptide complex with EF2 and EF3, which is shown in green here, and then we followed the release of E site tRNA from the ribosome. So compared to single factors present, when both factors are present, we see a very fast release of tRNA from the ribosomal complex, suggesting that EF3 is really required for release of tRNA from the E site. So just to sum up this part of the thing, that I could show you that we have reconstituted a cell-free eukaryotic translation system, and EF3 we could show using that system does not affect the first peptide bond formation. EF3 complements EF2 in completing tRNA mRNA translocation, because the binding site of EF2 on the ribosome is exactly where EEF1A in its aminoacylated form can bind. So one can imagine that if EF2 will complete translocation without EF3, and if it does not leave the ribosome, there is no space for EF1A aminoacyl tRNA to come and bind. Therefore, what actually happens is EF2 starts translocation, leaves the ribosomal site so that it's free for ternary complex to bind, and then EF3 takes over and completes the whole tRNA mRNA translocation. And in this case, in this way, the translocation is also complete, and the site where EF1A can bind on the ribosome is also free. And therefore, EF3 accelerates the late stages of tRNA movement. And we have also obtained very interesting crystal structures, cryo-EM structures, where we can show each and every step of translocation cycle, and also ribosomal profiling data, where we can show that for the first time that we have ribosomes have 3 site, A site, P site, and E site occupied by tRNA. And if you guys are interested, we have, of course, submitted our manuscript, and we have also submitted and it's published on bioRxiv with the subtitle of EF3 promotes late stages of mRNA translocation on the ribosome. If you are interested to know more details, please go there, and then we can get in touch again for more questions and answers over there. So now, overall, what I have shown today is the role of 2 very important players, tRNA and the factors that interact with the ribosome, and how they can regulate translation in general, because translation is, as I said, is a hotspot for disease, and many diseases are associated with that, including viral infections. And so therefore, it's very, very important that a basic science can contribute to the understanding of the mechanism, how it can cause the disease, and therefore this could help to design a new drugs against them. So with this, I would like to acknowledge few people. Let me first thank Matthias Peter at ETH, where all this tRNA modification story started. And this was a wonderful collaboration with Patrick Pedroli, who did the proteomics part for us. And then I would sincerely like to thank Marina here at Max Planck Institute for giving me the facility and opportunity to do my work here, to do my research, kind of independent research here. And then I would like to thank the members involved in the East Translation group here, Sandra, a postdoc, who was wonderful in doing all the experiments, was a part of all the experiments of EF3 that I showed. Tessa is a very wonderful technician who single-handedly takes care of all the initiation, elongation factors, ribosomal subunits, and every preparations that we need. Sakshi is a graduate student who is working on an internal mRNA modification. I just have no time today to show you data, but keep tuned. We have a very interesting results from there as well, which we will be able to publish very soon. So now, as I mentioned in the very beginning, that tRNA and mRNA, people for a very long time thought that they are just the passive molecules whose business is just to provide a codon on mRNA and tRNA to bring the amino acid, and that's all. But by now, we know that it's actually not the case. Both tRNA and mRNAs are a very active role. And in today's COVID situation, we know that there are many drugs, not many, at least few vaccines which are based on mRNA. And therefore, mRNA research is also very, very critical to understand how mRNA can regulate translation. Moderna from yesterday started phase 3 trials, which is also an mRNA-based vaccine. And we by now know how mRNA can regulate translation. And surprising enough, about a month and a half back, it was published that SARS virus, the internal mRNA is also modified at various positions. Okay. Now, we don't know the identity of modification, and we don't know how it can regulate translation, but we are running behind that to hunt and to understand why and how SARS can actually COVID can coronavirus can use these modifications as a beneficiary for translation and using the host translation system. So with this, I would also like to thank our funding agency, the Priority Program 1784 of German Research Foundation, which gave me my independent funding to perform the research here, the Max Planck Society for the funding, and our institute, Max Planck Society for Biophysical Chemistry, for the wonderful funding here. And then with this, then I would like to thank you very much for this nice opportunity. Again, thanks to the organizers, thanks to the session chair, and I'm very happy to take questions if there are any.
Am I audible?
Yes.
With your permission of chair, may I ask question on the behalf of participant? Ma'am, may I? Yes. Sir, Mandeep Kumar is asking how to analyze the up and down regulation of proteins.
So in the case that I showed you here, what we did was we kind of purified or prepared samples from wild type cells where we had the fully modified tRNA, And then we had the cells samples prepared from the unmodified tRNA or the mutant cells. And then we did analyze how many fragments of that particular protein was obtained or observed in wild type cell sample compared to the mutant cell sample. And then we analyzed, then we'd have a ratio of the fragments. And with that one, we can make out how many proteins were down-regulated and how many were upregulated. And if there is same number of fragments obtained from wild type and mutant, this is one ratio of 1 or let's say 0. Okay. So compared to that, how many fragments were upregulated or downregulated of any particular protein in mutant and wild type. And based on that, we could identify how many were upregulated and downregulated. So this was done this was one way to do. Another way to do is to spike in your peptide of interest with 14C carbon or heavy isotope there. And then you can easily figure out how many number of peptides are exactly there compared to wild type or in any cells you are interested in. So this was the way we performed our analysis and did that.
Thank you, sir. Next question is Dr. Alok is asking about polysome. What is polysome?
So polysomes, so once the translation starts, then you have ATS, which kinds of at the beginning of the mRNA. And then the ribosome moves towards the later part of mRNA or the coding region of the mRNA. And then behind that, another ribosome also starts the initiation. Okay. So on one mRNA, you can have many more ribosomes. So the ATS fraction is where the initiation kind of started, and the rest ribosomes, whether it's in the initial part of mRNA, middle part of mRNA, or towards the end of the mRNA, that part is called as polysomes. So you will have more and more ribosomes there. So more and more 70s or 80s ribosomes there. And so this is the polysome part. And for ribosome profiling analysis, one can collect the fractions either from ATS ribosome to study how the initiation is kind of regulated, or the middle part where we can say that how elongation is regulated. So the polysomes are fraction with more and more ATS ribosomes with mRNA, which are translating.
Thank you, sir, for such a nice explanation. The next question is, why all approved drugs for viral pathogenesis has failed against COVID?
Sorry, why all viral drugs?
Why all approved drugs against viral pathogenesis is failed against COVID virus?
This is a very interesting question. See, virus is very clever. So if there is a virologist present here would know much better than me, because I'm a biochemist by training, but viruses are very clever. They know how to modulate and kind of hijack host system. So unless until we really do a precise mechanistic study of all these drugs and to understand which process it is regulating and how it is regulating, it's almost very difficult to figure out why they failed. Okay, it could be many reasons, and I don't want to just touch on one reason because I may be completely wrong. So viruses are very clever. We just need basic science. We just need basic research to be done and to really analyze and understand, especially for COVID, especially for coronavirus. Okay. So I don't have a very precise answer to this question.
Yes, sir. One of the advisory board members, Dr. Ravi Tandon, is with us.
Yes.
I welcome you, sir. Kindly unmute yourself. Dr. Ravi Tandon.
Hi, yeah, sorry, I was not able to unmute previously. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Namit, for such a wonderful talk. I enjoyed it very much. And
sir, kindly unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Yes, it always keep blinking. It asks me to not to unmute. Well, so Namit, I had a question. One of the question I actually had pasted it right here in the chat box. How do we see this translation at the moment in COVID-19 scenario? Because whatever you explained, it was basically related to your eukaryotic translation system, basically. And I wonder, when virus goes inside the cell, it uses the host machinery, everything. So all the kind of mechanism you just mentioned, we can always apply to viral protein as well, or there are different mechanisms using which virus does all its tactics.
So so first of all, thanks Ravi to be here. It's nice to see you. And yes, so to answer your question, especially for coronavirus or any other virus, yes, it uses a host translation system. And surprising enough, the virus, once it infects the cell, it kinds of, let's say, modulate or change ribosomal composition in a way that is favorable to translate viral mRNA compared to host mRNA. Okay, so it's kind of hijacked. That's what we call as hijacking the system. It kind of either phosphorylates at particular position of the ribosome, and this is then most favorable to translate the viral mRNA. And another point is, which we don't understand much in detail as of now, because it's just, let's say, 4 to 5 years old field, is about internal mRNA modification. So this is something where now, probably you read that coronavirus, also the subgenomic RNA are highly modified, and the identity of modifications are kind of unknown. So it already gives a very clear indication that if there's modification is present, we know that it's kind of helpful for innate immunity, innate immune response. And the question still lies, if the viral mRNA are not modified, whether they are degraded by the host system or not. Okay. So of course, to answer directly your question, the host cells or the translation machinery is kind of hijacked in a way to be make more favorable for viral translation. And therefore my system, if I may say that, how to use my system or in vitro translation system to study that, we can easily and nicely kind of modulate the purification of ribosomes in a way that it will be more favorable to translate viral mRNAs compared to the native mRNA. So what we just started doing in our lab for coronavirus research is that we are trying to generate the whole full-length subgenomic mRNA of coronavirus, both native, unmodified, and we are really trying hard to get it modified at a particular position, and then see how this is kind of using host system, translation system, in this particular case, yeast system, which is the well-known eukaryotic translation system available to translate the viral mRNA. And this will probably answer your question in a mechanistic way, but we just need to wait and get the experiments going.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one question from my side. Do you think RNA vaccines will prove as promising approach against COVID-19?
So first answer is, let's hope for that. And second thing is, yes, it can do that, but we still, so I'm very sure that Moderna or CureVac here in Germany, or BioNTech in Germany, who have also started their mRNA vaccine or RNA-based vaccine for clinical trials, they have tested that for the translation and other pathogenicity and immunogenicity tests as well. So if we believe that this is how exactly it's going to recapitulate in the cell, then yes, it's a very, very promising target. But again, as I said, it can hijack the host translation system in a way to make it more favorable for viral translation rather than host translation. So even if there is some percentage of failure, I would still say that RNA-based vaccine is much more promising than half-dead virus or protein-based or antibody-based approach so far.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Namita Singh to conclude the session. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Anuradha. And thanks to Dr. Namit Ranjan for a wonderful talk. I would say it's in very basic biology you explain in such a nice way with the experimentation with how the disease arises in a human and what are the different factors responsible which can cause a disease in human. Now, I have one question. Is there any role of, you can say, the lifestyle also causing the disease or not the normal DNA or the food habits and all?
So let me give you the published data about that. So if we talk about RNA modifications, okay, so now RNA modifications are also dynamic in terms of its regulation. It can be deleted or it can be removed or added again back and forth, okay, even if you don't delete the genes responsible for that. So there was one study again done by Sebastian Lidl group with whom we collaborate very strongly, where they could show that if you take yeast cells, the wild type yeast cells, which normally grows at 30 degrees. So you grow them at 30 degrees, you have fully modified tRNA. So in that particular case, the thiolation of all the tRNAs are there. You shift the same growing cells to 42 degrees. And after 20 minutes, really after 20 minutes, that's not even one generation of growth, okay? You have almost 90% of thiolation gone. So almost 90% of those tRNAs are unmodified. Okay. And then you again grow that for 2 hours or so and bring the same cells, the same flask back to 30 degrees. And of course, it takes some time to go from 42 to 30 degrees. But once the cell at 30 degrees, all 90% tRNAs, which was unmodified, goes back to modified state. Okay. So yes, lifestyle, the environmental condition, the growth condition, food habit, everything kind of regulate and affects. But as I said, this does not completely stop translation. It still allows translation to happen. The cells will still grow. It just they are slow. And once the cells are slow, this could result in any negative things which could result in disease in this particular in the context that we are talking about. Okay, so everything matters. No one. I mean, if we talk about humans, we are not going to die like within fraction of days. It's just that everything takes time for its effect to show and effect to happen. And therefore, everything matters. The growth temperature, the environmental factors where we live, everything kind of regulates this one. Now, it's very difficult to kind of perform the same study on humans, because then someone has to really come forward and tell that, okay, I go and live in Sahara Desert for 5 days and then come back and live in Himalayas for 10 days and then take my sample and do that. Okay. But yeast is very close and very, let's say, nice model system to study. And people are also trying to do the similar study on C. elegans, and we just have to wait for the outcome. But my hope is that we will have a similar result. So yes, your point is right that everything matters. Okay.
Yeah, so we have to be more active.
let's say that we have to be more ideal.
Corona gave us a lesson that we should live with the nature.
Yes.
We should not modify our living style and all. We should continue with this. And you explained very complicated process in a very nice way. I'm really congratulate to the organizers for arranging your lecture for this 5-day conference. I'm again thankful to you to spare your valuable time to enlighten our students or young professionals with the basic biology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Anuradha.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for summarizing this session in a lucid way. We really had a brainstorming session and it was very informative. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. And now much. I invite Dr. Anuradha Singh to propose formal vote of thanks. But before that, I hand over the mic to Dr. Anuradha. It's just an announcement for all of you. Please open your cameras for a session photograph at the end of vote of thanks. Now over to you, ma'am. Anuradha, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. On the behalf of SS Khanna Girls Degree College Fraternity, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks in second technical session of day 3 of first international conference on sustainability challenges and transforming opportunities, organized by our college under strengthening component of DBT Star College scheme. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson of the session, Professor Namita Singh, for her inspiring mentorship. As advisory board member, we are really enlightened your knowledge and presence, ma'am. We highly appreciate and acknowledge Professor Namita Singh's presence right from the inaugural and all the session. This has kept us highly motivated, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It was indeed a privilege to have Dr. Namit Ranjan as one of the international speakers of this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Namit Ranjan, sir, for your sharing your deep knowledge about science behind disease prevention. Your knowledge, your session is full of zeal and knowledge. Now, I also express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Ravi Tandon, and we are thankful to our patron, Dr. Asha Seth, Chairperson Governing Body of the college, for their blessing. I would like to thank our principal for her enthusiastic support. Our heartfelt thanks to all participants from national and international platform. We hope you all found session helpful and informative. I also thanks to all organizing committee members for their support and cooperation. With these warm words, we conclude the session. Kindly on your videos for the group photograph. I request to all participants kindly switch on their videos for a group photograph. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Now moment has come to add a golden feather in the hat of success. We are going to start third technical session, which based on oral presentation on the theme socio-economic and education sustainability. I request to our esteemed guests kindly stay with us, and I hand over the session to Dr. Jyoti Bajaj. Dr. Jyoti.
Anuradha. Thank you, Anuradha. And once again, a welcome to all the guests and the participants, paper presenters, in this third technical session on socio-economic and educational sustainability. I also welcome the chairperson in this session, Dr. Anuja Saluja ma'am and Dr. Kajal Dey, who are here with us to go through the presentations and evaluate them. Welcome, ma'am. A brief introduction I would give about Dr. Anuja Saluja ma'am. She did her B.Ed degree from the University of Bombay in 1983, and thereafter she pursued her M.Ed, M.Phil and PhD from Department of Education, University of Delhi. Ma'am spent a short spell as a teacher at the B.Ed department of Lady Irwin College also. Presently, she is an associate professor, convener of the Department of Education and Department of English as an additional charge, in charge of the Women's Cell and the Media Center at the Ishwar Sharan Postgraduate College, University of Allahabad. Ma'am has her area of interests are educational management, primary education, and psychodynamics of mental health. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, in the session. The other chairperson who's with us today is Dr. Kajal Dey, Associate Professor and Convener, Department of Education, Jagat Taran Girls Degree College. Ma'am is also the coordinator of Internal Quality Assurance Cell. Ma'am has been editor of the journal Anvesha which is published by Jagat Taran Girls Degree College. And she has one published book on cognitive development in classroom by Adhyan Publishers. A warm welcome to you, ma'am, in this session with us. Now, I, along with my co-session coordinators, Dr. Nishi Seth and Anuradha, would request the presenters to be alert and to when they are called for the presentations. For the information of our chairperson, I would tell you, ma'am, that the presentations are for 8 minutes. Each presenter has to give the presentation in an 8-minute duration, in which 5 minutes is for the paper presentation and the rest 3 minutes are in which you can put up the questions from the presenter. Thereafter, the second participant will be called for the presentation, and for the participants, I would like to inform you that the PPTs will be shared by the organizers. In case anything happens, in case due to any network issue, if it happens that we are not able to share, then we will ask you to display your PPT and also give your oral presentation along with that. So now, the first presenter that we have with us is Mr. Amit Rupela. His code is SES02F and he is from the Finance and Planning Department of the Government of Gujarat, Ahmedabad. Dr. Nishi?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Amit, kindly unmute yourself. The topic of his paper is Towards a Gender Equitable Society, Role of Gender Responsive Budgeting in the State of Gujarat. Over to you, Amit.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I'll just take it up. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Amit Rupela, a budget consultant, Finance Department, Government of Gujarat. Together, I want to present this on paper Towards a Gender Equitable Society on this role of gender responsive budgeting in Gujarat. Taking up to gender responsive budgeting. Actually, first I want to explain what is gender responsive budgeting. Gender responsive budgeting is not a separate budget from the department, but it's a total budget allocation towards gender mainstreaming from the state total budget allocation. If the total revenue department...
Sorry to interrupt you.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Amit?
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes,
Amit?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hello? Hello?
From Mr. Amit?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You can start the presentation.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Amit here, a budget consultant, Finance Department, Government of Gujarat. Today, I want to speak about what is about a gender responsive budgeting. As we are all discussing about social economic sustainability, unfortunately, I was not able to join all the previous programs. But yeah, towards presenting this paper, I would like to take up this opportunity to specifically talk about gender responsive budgeting. What is gender responsive budgeting? A gender responsive budgeting talks you about the budget towards gender mainstreaming, towards special emphasis on women from the state total budget allocation. This gender responsive budgeting is a policy implication not at the grassroots level. Our Sustainable Development Goal 5 for the state indicator framework, we have this gender responsive budgeting. Gender responsive budgeting talks about that how women's are equitable and to the society. We always talk about equity and equality. There's always a difference between equity and equality. This platforms gives you a gender responsive budgeting, gives you a platform at the policy level to talk about equity and equality. In Gujarat, the process started from the suggestions of Chief Secretary in 2006. There were in the beginning only 6 departments who were taking this initiative, that is rural development departments, WCD, home departments and all. Then a formulation of gender budget cell was taken up. Then special emphasis on given was on the women empowerment. As we all know, Gujarat has a good really economic development, but when talking about the figures in the social development, we are always lacking behind. So to increase that at the planning level, to take up a step towards a positive gender mainstreaming. So this gender responsive budgeting was started in 2006. Gender responsive budgeting statement started in 2014-15. Can I have the next slide? This is what the actually social indicators in 2011 values. What was showing is 2011, the child sex ratio was 890. Female infant mortality rate was 26. Female literacy rate was only 69.68%. So the main critical question was these values were actually India's mean value were actually Gujarat's very less values. And if we're talking about 2019-20, we have geared up with gender responsive budgeting as we have published 2014-15 gender responsive budgeting statement. Now, as per the child sex ratios, we have reached to provisional 914, female infant mortality rates at 12, literacy rates at this 78.87. Labor workforce participation is 31.20. Actually, this is yeah. So this is all about the responsive budgeting. Can I have the next slide? These were the social indicators which were lacking behind, and so this is our state total budget allocation and gender budget allocation. What is the gender budget allocation from the beginning is 33.91%. We have in gender budgeting, we have the center has transferred 2 categories, category A and category B. Category A speaks about where 100% female allocation. Category B talks about an allocation towards from 30% to 99% allocation. This gender budgeting is started in 2014 statement. Yani the statement gender budget started from 2014-15, as in we have produced like from 33% to we have reached to 36%. Slowly and gradually we are improving towards that. And in the other indicators values also, we are gradually have been improved. The health indicators, the protection, the livelihood, and the other services met. Next slide. This is all about the life cycle of a woman. What are the problems the females are facing? Actually, gender budget, when it was started this implication, we didn't have an idea to what to start from, where to start from. So actually we need to know that from where there's the grassroots level problems beginning from. This is the problems beginning at the pregnant and lactating women's, infants, children, adult girls and women. So different problems have been faced in different ages. And then what are the programs that we have been taking it up? I'll just give one example about adolescent girls. Adolescent girls were in the maximum in the villages, the dropouts ratios and the nutrition, health and traffic and child and labor and rape, sexual exploitation, child marriages, and all these are the problems in the adolescent at the adolescent age. So what actually now we need to do in the gender budgeting statements? So there are like free educations, distributions of cycles, scholarship, 1-at-1 women helpline, child helpline, vocational trainings, child hostels, female hostels. These are what are the new initiatives taken at the policy implication level from the gender responsive budgeting perspective. Yeah, can I have the next slide? What are the issues? Domestic violence, mentally ill, nutrition and livelihood for females. So what are the tackling before COVID-19, how we were facing it now, and what actually we have changes in the actions being taken after the COVID-19. So for the domestic violence, it was police, legal proceedings, and counseling. Now we have taken recommendations of one-stop centers. One-stop centers are the centrally sponsored schemes, 100%. And now we are actually, telling to the victims to reach there if they have any issues regarding domestic violences. Mentally ill and challenged persons, only the health department was taking the initiative. Now almost 7 departments are taking the initiatives with this. Can I have the previous slide? Yeah, so nutrition, health, and same, the ICDS was taking it up. Now rural development department is also taking it. Livelihood for females, only tailoring and food items were focused that, okay, the cement machine is given it up and females. Now it's focused more on the education, how the female or the widows can get the educations for it. And presently the gender budget allocation for 2021, we have taken this new initiative, and after the COVID-19 also we're taking it up. Higher education enrollment process will be taking it up. So this is all about the gender responsive budgeting in Gujarat. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, thank you so much.
Now our chairperson can put up any question from the presenter.
Kindly unmute yourself, ma'am. Anuja Saluja.
Yeah. Mr. Amit, it was a very good presentation.
Thank you,
am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes,
ma'am, you're audible.
You have given pertinent examples, and it was very well illustrated. And I must say that gender is one factor where gender responsive budgeting we have to look into, and for sustainable development, gender issues are of utmost importance.
Yes,
so thank you for giving us a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
I don't have any more questions to ask.
Sure, ma'am.
Since
Sure.
it's
Thank
only
you, Thanks a lot.
related to Gujarat model, and you have given ample examples, and it was very well illustrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Now I would request Dr. Kajal Deb ma'am to ask questions if any she has. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
But
Mute yourself, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very nice presentation taking the issue of gender. But one question I would like to today's in this COVID situation, what you are talking about the gender issues, how it is going to relate with today's situation?
Ma'am, in the present situations, what actually seen the if you have seen this newspaper cuttings and hello, yes ma'am, if you have seen the present situations during domestic this COVID-19, maximum domestic violence cases were actually indulged in this.
Yeah,
people were not getting employment, the self-employed peoples, the daily wage workers and all, not were actually not getting enough wages or salaries. So it was actually indirectly affecting to the females.
Yes. So how we are going to face that challenge now? What are the
actually we have at the policy implication level, we have to make a lot of amendments
Now we have actually taking it up this domestic violence. The Domestic Violence Act, we have to amendment it. Actually, the police was taking up कि भाई अगर हमारे को आपको कोर्ट में पेश नहीं करना है लोगों को, तो आप डायरेक्ट इसको ना बेगारा कर सकते हो. But that is not a question now. Only the court has to decide about the domestic violence cases. Initially, the police was also taking up कि हाँ ठीक है जाने दो. Now, if the domestic violence case has been registered, the court has to take an initiative to solve those matters. This is just one such example of what I'm giving it to you.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
Yes, so what is Jyoti?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Our next presentation is from Mr. Santosh Kumar. I would request him to be online for his presentation. His code is SES01F and he is from BPS College, Bhore, Gopalganj, Bihar. The topic of his presentation is socio-economic sustainability of the underprivileged communities.
Can you unmute yourself, Santosh Kumar? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have unmuted. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. My topic is socio-economic sustainability of the underprivileged communities. Here are main points to explain: introduction, methodology, discussion, results, and at last conclusion. Now I am proceeding through my paper. Introduction. This paper is an effort to emphasize the various kinds of hardships and miseries that the underprivileged ones had to go across and deal with during the COVID-19 pandemic scenario. At the same time, it presents many solutions to their problems, such as different measures which can be taken to improve their woeful conditions and steps to prepare them to cope up with it to sustain. Sustainable development means to utilize the natural resources in such a way that it can not exhaust forever, but also can be available for the next impending generations to use and experience properly. There are three types of sustainability, namely social, economic, and ecological sustainability. Though these three are needed for all, however, socio-economic, educational, and legal sustainability is utmost necessary for the poor and the undermined communities. Thus, it has been elaborated here on methodologies. Area of this research work is the socio-economic and educational sustainability of the underprivileged people. The very motto of this study is to present a systematic and pragmatic picture of their life in a unique way through logical ordering. Its motive has an impetus acting inherently from the behind to bring the obscure elements to the limelight by highlighting their prominent traits. In other words, it's a nascent evaluation in the future perspective. Facts have been explored from secondary provenances. It is presented by exploration, explanation. In order to remove biased revisionist school of thought has been flawed. National pattern of studies maintained and critical analysis has been done. Very careful inspection went to insert an authenticity and reliability. Induction with microscopic intuition is more applicable. It means the probing was done empirically. It's a movement from particular to generalization. Relevant information covering this area of problem ensures in finding proper solution. It chalks out deformities of their life. By this, we will have new ideas to eradicate or uproot those informities. It will give us an insight for culture, assimilation, and tolerance. They will be inculcated into manners. It will ensure our national integration, and we will be proud to ensure social harmony and prosperity. I got inner impulse to write on the provided theme, and I'm very pleased to present it. Now, explanatory discussion. Undoubtedly, impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the poor and the underprivileged are more adverse as its outbreak was unprecedented. In fact, it has massively altered their socio-economic norms and practices. It has crippled their backbone of activities and duties at large. They are more vulnerable to it because they do indecent works, have lack of sanitation, and poor healthcare facilities accrue to them. They believe in superstitions or rumors, therefore they are more influenced by misinformation or fake news. They are propertyless, so seldom face worklessness, incomelessness, savinglessness, and severe price rise. Now they are almost at the doorstep of impoverishment and indebtedness. It will push them to fall in the grip of some kind of servitude once again. Being migrant workers and casual daily wage earners, they are enforced for reverse migration from afar, suffering hunger, molestations, and sexual exploitations, etc. Moreover, their women are rightless, their role is limited, and have no access to education, information, and services. They are rather susceptible to unwanted pregnancies very often on due to lack of proper contraception and other means of recreation than enjoying intercourse. As a result, there is increase in domestic violence and sexual abuse in their ward. Pregnancy death rates are highest among them due to scarce reproductive cares and checkups. They are ill-fed and their children suffer malnutrition. Perhaps infant mortality rate is reckoned higher among them. Rise in cases of child abuse, child labor, and child marriages is reckoned at par these days in them. Their babes and babies are devoid of attending a school. Those who were enrolled are marred by school closures. If it persists long, or more probable chances of their girl children or women to be rendered to hidden prostitution may be hypotheticated for survival. It would lead to human trafficking and enslaving of their kids too. Of course, they are anxious and have acute mental stress. They are unaware of disease prevention, fitness, and well-being. They don't use masks, never maintain social distancing, a frequent washing of face and hands is unknown and unreal, as if they are dreaming. Even they have paucity of impossible home quarantine. Most of them use unclean water, take unhealthy food, and cook with cakes, firewood, dry leaves, reeds, and extra, so are prone to get allergic ailments because of inhaling fume and smoke. Affordable and clean energy is out of their reach. They live precarious life. Those belonging to the group of haves possessing resources are recklessly exploiting the environment. On the other hand, the haves not are marginalized people who are not utilizing gifted resources of the nature equally. They are innocent in polluting and depleting the environment, but suffer more than the capitalists and industrialists who are guilty defilers of the nature. They still face poverty, hunger, unemployment, discrimination, inequality, injustice, and insecurity. Their capabilities are suppressed everywhere, and on them numerous disabilities are imposed because of obsession and stereotypes prevailing since long past all over the world. Results. Outcomes, they are striving hard to maintain living and keep alive nowadays. It is now duty of the democratic governments to create livelihoods and provide them, and to generate more job scopes for their women by economic reconstruction, locally reorganizing working space for them and their capacity building as far as possible. Food security should be granted to them to get rid of starvation, along with sound health security through Sarvodaya and Antyodaya. They must be provided cheap and easy courts as well to ensure justice and peace for them. In short, as farm, they must be provided social security. Likewise, transformation in education system should be in such a way that their boys and girls both could avail it. In brevity, they should be given assured equality of opportunity. It is an exigency to plead for immediate social change in near future. They are required to be taught to coexist with novel corona and to bring about changes in their behavior to keep fearless psychology for combating this new challenge. Infodemic must be curtailed as well. That is to protect their life and livelihood. Sarvjan Hitay, Sarvjan Sukhay by dint of affirmative action. Therefore, there is an immediate and urgent need to launch measures for creating a robust and resilient socio-economic fabric which got disrupted in the recent unforeseen situation, as well as to reallocate the natural resources prudentially so that all could share optimal advantages irrespective of caste, class, place, race, religion, sex, etc. Obsessions and stereotypes must be mitigated by, and large urgency is to call for de-sustainability of inequalities, bondages, discriminations, and prejudices. It must be given due priority in the process of attaining goals of sustainable development for the weaker sections of the human society. Then it would be called a strengthening of the civil society in real sense. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu nirame. Apart from this, all sorts of inequalities, demonstrations, protests, strikes, and movements, these the labor movement, feminist movement, anti-apartheid movement, and anti-authoritarian movement, so on and so forth, will spontaneously cease forever, and ours will be a planet of paradise. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Conclusion. They are one of the wheels, micro means ounce of our human society, macro. Hence, it is necessary to design policy to mend their existing conditions, downwards to upwards, or from individual Vyasti to whole, samasti. Unless we do it, we can't protect the earth and improve the lives and prospects of everywhere, everyone, always. It would afford suffice for increasing gross human happiness. In that milieu, even the 2030 agenda of the UNO to eradicate all sorts of disparities and sustain resources for future generations can't be fulfilled. May God bless us for sustainability accomplishments. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Now our chairpersons can put up the questions to Mr. Santosh Kumar.
Santosh ji, you have given a good presentation, but the thing is that you have in your presentation said that all the work has to be done by the government to remove these roadblocks for the underdeveloped and underprivileged people. So
Yes,
what do you think as a society, what can we do in this COVID-19 era? Because everything the government cannot do.
Yeah.
So what do you think we can do, and what are the measures you would suggest that we can bring these people at par with the society and help them move forward?
Yeah.
Because we are seeing a host of problems in the society, and especially in the socio-economic underprivileged areas.
Yeah. So I would like to suggest, first of all, that they must be locally reorganized in some works. Local economic reforms are very necessary, because we saw last month that the migrant women workers especially were facing a lot of troubles while they were migrating, reversely migrating from the cities to their villages or their hometowns. So if there is a local work perspective available for them, so they don't have to go to other cities or towns and face these sorts of problems. Another step or suggestion is that their children or their students must be cared. Children in the sense of providing healthy food, because nowadays there is more.
That the government is doing. That the government is providing to quite a large extent. But what about the society as such? How can we help with? I'm not talking about the government support that is being done. What do you think should be done by the society as such, by people who are educated, the people who are well off? How can they help these people?
Yeah, they should first remove their stereotyped minds, because mindset is I don't think good. So they should first clear their obsessed brains, and then they should take initiatives from their own side to help these underprivileged communities, because it's very essential to maintain civil society and to get development and sustainability for the whole society. If we don't help them, we don't try to ameliorate them, so in that situation they will be left behind, and sustainability.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you. Over to Kajal, Dr. Kajal.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Anuja. I would also like to question that what do you think, what is the role of education in this socioeconomic sustainability of underprivileged? The problems you raised, is there any role of education which can uplift these problems or solve these problems in future?
Yeah. Education is the basic need of all the human beings. So for
how it can do that? How? Because we are facing that challenge only these days.
Yeah. if underprivileged people are educated, so of course they will improve their conditions. But situation is that school closures are there and online teaching is there, and I don't think that they have access to this internet or online method of teaching or getting e-learning. So first of all, we and the government as a whole should look into this matter and try and provide them net facilities and volunteer teachers for their children to educate them. And if we don't do it,
importance of government then.
And even NGOs can take this issue, ma'am, because without educating, nothing can be done for them. Yes. If we give money, they can drink, they can invest it in other ways. So it's necessary for them.
Okay. Thank you, Santoshi.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request Dr. Arifa Begum, my co-session coordinator, to kindly call the next participant.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti Vaidya. The third presenter is SES03R, Miss Angela Sarkar. She is from School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. Her paper title is A Place of Shelter, Well-being, Development and Improvement. Angela Sarkar.
A very good evening to everyone present over here. I am Angela Sarkar. I am a research scholar from the School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. Today I will be presenting my paper on a place of shelter, well-being, development and improvement. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
yes, you are audible.
Yes. This is a part of my ongoing thesis work where I am doing research on my housing prices of India. So I have connected the present scenario of COVID-19 with the findings and work I have done during my thesis with my thesis finding. So to the next slide, please. So here I have introduced how housing is important as a place of shelter. How buying a house is an important thing for the normal common people. From poor to rich, everyone wants to find a proper place of shelter. We usually think buying a house is important or that's enough, but what we tend to forget is that associated with house is home, that is the surroundings, the neighborhood qualities, the locational attributes, the structural attributes. All together it makes a house into a home with the family. So when we can afford to buy a affordable unit of house, we can certainly improve expenditure on our health, on educational family of our education of our children and other people, and thus also on the nutritional intake, and thus an affordable unit of house indirectly and directly improves the all-round development of a human being. Based on this, this is the basic of a housing unit and its importance. Next, what happens, why I'm talking about this, this is the development perspective of housing. Now if I talk about the economical perspective of real estate growth of India and the housing, it's a very important engine of growth. When a study by NACAER, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development Authority, has found, based with housing, there are 269 ancillary unit or industries associated with forward and backward linkages. If I talk about the study, for every 1 lakh rupee invested in a real estate construction unit, every 4 new job is created within the very first amount of money invested. So I hope you can understand how important real estate industry and housing is on from the perspective from engine of growth. Now combining both of these, what happens now is that the poor or the EWS people are left out, and housing is becoming a luxury item, all thanks to the rich people and the upper segment of the people in the society who are ready to provide more money or sometimes give out the black money excess in the real estate industry to buy an extra unit. And what happens to the poor? They are left out from the scenario. Next slide, please. So these are the two figure diagrams which shows the urbanization of India in the first figure, and the second figure shows how distribution of housing is skewed among the poor people. That is, we can see housing shortage is mostly among the EWS people and the LIG people, that is the economically weaker section of the society and the lower income group of the people. So you can see both the diagrams over here, that it's moreover, without being decreasing, it's increasing. This reason can be cited because there is more urbanization with the passing years. More people are flocking into the cities, and there is more informal growth of the population in the urban cities. Around 600 million people were stated to be by 2030, which is expected to grow around 900 million people in urban society by 2050, according to UN's World Urbanization Prospects. So what I'm trying to say is that cities are an important source of employment. There you get better employment opportunities. So there is migration from rural to city. But what happens? The migrants, they don't get proper place to stay. They flock up and stay more in the urban slums, and thus the urban slum growth is continuously increasing without being decreased, because there is no proper formal housing of these migrant peoples and the poor people in the cities. Next slide, please. So in this part of the paper, I am trying to establish a relation between the house price index, which tracks the price growth movement of the housing price units in India, with sales, real GDP, policy interest rate, and affordability index. I will recommend, I have shown how housing price index only captures the movement in prices, but with the inclusion of these variables, the housing price index can be a better instrument to project and estimate the affordability in India. And then finally, I give some sustainable policy recommendation in this present scenario of COVID-19. So basically, it's an exploratory research combining both research and theoretical and empirical methodologies. I have collected the data from NHB, that is National House Banking, RBI's site, then from the various central banks of the world. A part of my paper was also dedicated to the relating this my model equation with other countries' data, which I have not shown in this. I have mainly concentrated to India for this paper. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of the national index based on which we try to calculate the HPI of India. As you can see, the formula, it is based on Laspers index, which mainly takes account of the inflation or the rise in price of the houses, taking the quantity of house sold constant for a base year. So it basically mostly takes into account the rise in price of the houses. Okay, you can look over the formula. As you can see, there is only change in a price of the quantities without any change in price of the quantities without any change in quantities. So thus there is no taking off into there is no time correction. What is that? We only think about the increase in prices, but we are not taking into consideration of the quantities. That is a flaw in here. Well, I will discuss more about that. Here I have in the figure 4 shows how the included three parameters have changed over the years for India, and below table 2 shows a set of countries where I have taken up the affordability index for 2019, real GDP growth rate, and interest rate for the year 2019. As we can say, 2019 was a common or a safe year. There was no shock to the economy during that period of time, during October and that period of time. So it projects the correct scenario of an economy. As you can see from the table, higher real GDP growth rate does not take into account that there is a great affordable housing in the country. So there is no relation that if a country is having higher GDP or a lower then the country will have higher affordable housing units. There is no such relationship, you can say. So, and if you look into the table more, you can see the lowest affordability index is shown in USA, where housing units are very unaffordable over there, followed by Hong Kong and other India, China, and etc. Next slide, please. So this is my basic econometric modeling, where I have tried to establish a model or a housing unit by including all the variables. First, I have taken up the house sales, then I have included house sales and affordability index, then house sales, affordability index, real GDP growth, and finally policy interest rate. How these are all interlinked and connect and they are affecting the price of the sale of the housing units in India. I have normalized the value and basically I have done the modeling. So as you can see, there is like when there is an increase in price, there is a decrease in house sale. There is with the increase in price, the affordability index also decreases because there's a negative sign you can see over here. So over the this in front of the coefficient, so it shows that affordability index is really low for the model. Like if there is an increase in price, affordability index is decreasing, and for real GDP growth rate, it's a positive increasing constant, and similarly for the real interest rate. Next slide, please. So what I have tried to as you can see, the previous slide was mainly based on my econometric modeling and finding out the model. So in the present scenario, we are all of a sudden talking about migrant workers. They are returning back. We were so like surprised why they were walking back and coming back to their own homelands. But the problem is what? These people, they had worked for hand to mouth, like they have no extra income. Whatever they used to income for a day, they used to eat up that, finish it up. They used to stay back all together, 10 people in one small room for the night, and morning they used to move back again to their workplace. Now COVID-19 was a direct a real reflection of the poor unaffordability and access of housing to this EWS people, LIG people, and especially migrant people. Just finding a place, a roof of shelter just to sleep is not a home. It should have a proper privacy, hygiene, and everything. These were not available to these migrant workers. Precarious condition of this housing led them to return back to their original home or reverse migration. So COVID-19 was a reflection, or is a reflection of the reality of unaffordability of housing in India. It's a true slap to our society that we are what we were lacking behind for so many years. The government of India since 1950s or 60s, they have established or come up with so many urban housing planning like JNURM, RAY, that is Rajiv Gandhi Awas Yojana, currently Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, housing for all. But all these things were mainly based on what? On the data. They used to estimate the urban poverty, and then they used to come up with the housing estimates, like we have to build this many houses. But what we tend to forget is that there is some basic other conditions which should be fulfilled with this housing units or affordable housing. Like most of these buildings used to be built outside the city. Now urban slum people, they were, even if they were given concession to live in those buildings, they would not move away from their urban slums which were located in the central part of the cities. That is because it was easier for them to travel to their job location and these things. So this part was neglected. This were the previous part. And now what happened in the during this scenario of COVID-19, this whole reflection has been turned up or come into light, into a bigger picture. So my conclusion and my policy recommendations are those: suppose any of the migrant workers are traveling, or they're traveling with the family, suppose they are working in a factory, right? So the factory owners or the management resource, they have to provide them with some kind of housing facilities with a proper washroom and hygienic condition of living. At least they should be given housing condominiums like that given in Hong Kong or China. As you can see, my conclusion says that various government should consider industries or factories which are giving this kind of help to their workers, migrant, especially EWS and LIG people, worker like this kind of help. This should be included in the CSR of the company, that is tax deductible. And then government should also give some fiscal expenditure and stability to the housing sector, which should be need based rather than simply giving up like we will build this many houses and these things. No, it should be properly target oriented, and there should be follow up by officials and volunteers of society for proper implementation of these plans. Coming up to the theme of the research, theme of the conference, which talks about sustainability, the goal 11 of SDG or Sustainable Development Goals, which talks about sustainable cities around the world. Sustainable cities is directly linked with sustainable housing. If there is sustainable housing in a city, the city will obviously grow up to be a sustainable one. So this was my take on my presentation. Next slide. Yeah, so these are where my references. I read through and understood how these things were done. And then next slide. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Now I would request, thank you, Angela. Now I would request the chairpersons so they can put up the questions.
Kadir? I think it was Miss Angela, it was very well read and very well presented.
Thank you so much.
Data analysis was also seems to be very good. So I think there's no question from my side.
Thank you so much.
Angela,
Yes,
it was a wonderful presentation. You did a very good, remarkable job. It was well researched with references, which is what we need in good researches, you know.
Yes,
so
thank
you did a very good job. Very well illustrated. The content was extremely good. But the thing is, the only thing I found was that in your slides, the first slide was very crowded. When you present a slide, next time onwards, although the content was good, your presentation style was very good, you should be keeping in mind that in the slides, we keep 7 lines to 10 lines, okay, in one slide. And I think for this presentation, there was a requirement for you people to encapsulate your paper in 7 slides.
Yes, ma'am. That's why it was so crowded.
I think that's why it was so crowded. But whenever you present again, keep that in mind. It should be 7 slides, 7 lines or 10 lines at the most in one one slide. Okay.
ma'am. Thank you
And
for
the
your
other thing
suggestion.
was your graphs were very good, and we could make out and read all the things very well, which was superb. I'm very
Thank
happy
you.
to know that we educationists believe in getting encapsulated data, and
Yes.
that was possible in your presentation. And I
Thank you.
congratulate you for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Another thing, I just wanted to ask one little question, that in this COVID era, what do you think is going to be the scenario of a place of shelter? Do you think the government will be able to provide, because there's a paucity of funds? There's government doesn't have any funds left, and the situation is getting worse, and the scenario is quite precarious. So what do you think the situation is going to be?
The present quarter result of the National House Bank says what was the targeted amount of house to be built by the end of this quarter for housing for all. It can't be built, and it is being not built. That is obvious because of the delaying of the funds and the taking away of the funds. So right now at this moment we cannot jump into building a house. Moreover, building in a house is a lagged process. It takes much time.
It is time.
But yeah, it's time taking. So what can we do right now? We have to just implement such proper plans, like proper building, like safe homes are being built right now, or shelters are being temporary houses are being built. If we can improve condition of those housing for the time being, we can put up this COVID suspected people or these people into that shelter. Later on, when everything subside downs and everything being it stops at the end, okay, the COVID-19, everyone is getting vaccinated and things get saturated and everything happens in a phased manner, then the government actually should now take up those policy recommendation what I have mentioned 1-2 in my slides.
Good enough.
Like, yeah, they have to build it. Like this was a slap and the reflection of the total wrongdoings what we have done. Like it was just a reflection.
Very good, Angela. That answers my question, and thank you. You are passionate about your work, and I think it's showing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your word means a lot.
Yes.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you, ma'am.
The fifth presenter is Miss Rashmi GM. Her code is SES05R. She is from Kuvempu University, Shivamoga, Karnataka. Her paper title is Sustainable Development Goals and Child Marriages and Analysis. Ms. Rashmi GM, kindly unmute yourself.
Done it. Shall I start?
Yes.
Yeah. Ma'am, slides, please. Namaste all. This is Rashmi, PhD scholar from Kuvempu University, Shimoga district, Karnataka. My chosen topic is on the subtheme is socio-economic and educational sustainability, sustainable development goals in the light of child marriages, challenges and revamping opportunities during COVID-19. Arifuma, next. In my content of my presentation, I'm going to present 5 things in which I'm going to talk about SDG introduction and the background of my article and the objectives of the same, the methodology that I've adopted, and the statistics related to children and child marriages, especially focusing on South India and especially related to Karnataka. Discussions, that is like challenges and revamping opportunities during COVID-19 and the references that I've cited. Next slide, ma'am. Background of the paper. The main objective of this paper is to uphold the human rights and especially to eliminate gender discrimination. When it comes to child marriage, of course, gender discrimination comes into the picture, and to empower the status of girl children and women. The objectives of this study are to analyze the responsibility of different stakeholders. The so-called, there are child marriage prohibition officers as per the Act 2007, but still why this child marriage has been practiced. Due to outbreak of COVID-19, what are all the challenges and alternative paths that could be opted to march towards attaining the aims of SDG? That is like, in the light of COVID, how we are forwarding towards SDG, and how can the monitoring and implementation can have a shift in its practice, right from micro level to the macro level. This is just a comparison of the left side slide is talking about the Millennium Development Goals, which had 8 goals, and the right side is when that Millennium Development Goal was not succeeded or attained, there comes our Sustainable Development Goals with the 17 goals, which has its own targets and indicators which is to be achieved by 2030. Next slide, ma'am. SDG to be reached by 2030 with 5 Ps, that is people, end poverty and hunger in all forms and ensure dignity and equality to all. Prosperity, ensure prosperous and fulfilling lives in harmony with nature. The other one is planet, protect our planet's natural resources and claim for, climate for further generation. Partnership with the implementation, the agenda through a solid global partnership. Ultimately, lastly, through all these interlinked indicators, we see peace, foster peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide. Yeah, this is the right side part of it is a UNICEF report card, which I've just tried to fix it. It is a report of World Fit for Children, in which it states about the various goals that has to be attained in the light of SDG. I would like to mention some of the goals which has been mentioned in that World Fit for Children. Poverty of children to be eliminated, multi-dimensional poverty elimination programs to be adopted, social grant and poverty. Ma'am was talking about the social contribution. In this it comes, ma'am. And access to health practices and access to health facilities, access to equal education without any discrimination, and under 5, very importantly, under 5 mortality, IMR, infant mortality rate, and mother's mortality rate. That's that particular issue on which was released by UNICEF speaks about the World Fit for Children. And this introduction part of it to my article is the Sustainable Development Goals, having them 17 goals has been repeatedly spoken since past 2 days with different background. In India, according to Census 2011, children below the age of 18 constitute 40% of the total population. Among the 17 goals, about 12 goals are directly related to children, child marriages, and also child rights. Present paper is going to provide information on the situation of children in urban, rural context of India, a special focus on child marriage. Next slide, ma'am. Methodology. This is the present study is formulated based on desk review, collecting data and information through information technology research reports, print media, and latest publications. Historical research method has been adopted in the present study. Last 10 years of data have been analyzed in order to address the trend, to analyze what was the situation then and what is the scenario now, and the census data, NFHS National Family Health Survey data that has been missed out here, and DLHS from 2009 to 19, that is again to analyze the data. Next slide, ma'am. Yeah, this is going to be a little stretched. SDG touches directly to children and the following goals. That has been segregated into primary and secondary level goals. I would like to start from goal 1. Goal 1 states about no poverty. When it comes to COVID or otherwise to child marriages directly related, it talks about eradication of poverty, appropriate social protection, access to basic services to create sound policies. In the light of this COVID, where are we standing is like we all know that there is no appropriate facilities which has been provided for our migrants which we promised very recently that their cross migration is happening and there are so many problems related to them and there's no appropriate policies to ensure them that they stay in a place and their shelter is being taken care of. And goal 2, undernourishment. Yes, we do have improve WHO standards of child growth, that is stunted growth. All this comes under these indicators, wherein which we are seeing that all children are not given equal amount of nutrition and to double the agricultural productivity. When it comes to agricultural productivity, obviously it relates to nutrition, obviously it relates to our health indicator. implementing resilient agriculture practices. Due to these climatic conditions, there should be resilient agriculture practices. During this COVID practices, we are seeing that monsoon has come and entered, but the farmers are running lack of seeds, which is to be sowed and which is to be fertilized. These are some of the challenges that we are seeing during the COVID. Goal 3, to ensure health life to all. IMR, MMR, that is infant mortality rate, mother's mortality rate, child mortality, accidental deaths due to accidents have to be controlled. But when it comes to the light of COVID, we are seeing that there is no appropriate medical care which has been taken care of children. Here in Karnataka, we really are facing a very pathetic situation wherein which we don't have beds in the hospitals to hospitalize. Either it could be, there's no separate pediatric section for children. They are being hospitalized in a general section, and children are taking the treatment in the general ward, whereas the infection of an adult is different and the infection of a child is a little mild. But when you put them together, obviously you could see the cross infection would increases, and there is a threat for the life of the child as well. To prevent from epidemic distress, now the pandemic, children living in affected HIV with HIV AIDS is also, they're more prone to get infected easily. And who is going to take care of all this? And this is addressing with regard to the goal 3 of our SDG. Then coming towards our fourth indicator, to provide quality education to all without discrimination of caste, creed, religion, color, disability, and economic conditions. To underline economic condition, I would like to come back to the education that has been provided. We have children who are going on online classes due to this pandemic. Are all the children accessing online education is another question. Or all the children are accessing to internet? Do they have money to upload their data and access the internet so that they can take the class is another challenge, which is a discussion which is to be taken up. And recently I read a paper in which they are told that farmer sells his cattle to purchase a new mobile for his child to get online classes. And there's no money with some other parents wherein which they could put some data in it, and the data obviously takes away the money, so that it's unable for them to feed the child with an education. This is about a goal 4, to provide quality education, and that's another challenge we have. Goal 5 is gender equality. Gender equality talks about directly related to child marriage very effectively, to eliminate all forms of violence against girl child, especially the girl child. Trafficking, flush trading, abuses, emotional abuses, physical abuses, sexual abuses are ongoing. Here in Karnataka, as per 1098, the child line cases which has been, the calls have been received have doubled almost. It states that in its statement, it states that it is the number of calls received by child line has doubled the numbers of cases related to child marriage, sexual abuses, and physical and emotional abuses of children, especially the girl child. And child abuses takes in different forms, and child marriages are forced by elderly people due to this the reverse migration. There is an incidence at different parts of Karnataka, especially at the North Karnataka. We're going to see the statistics in the next slides. Over there, the prevalence of child marriage is more. But during this COVID also, we are seeing and promising much and more of practices of child marriages, which has not been taken care of. And to ensure leadership to all levels, when ma'am was talking about what is the role on during this COVID, here comes the role of leadership qualities to ensure, hand in hand to do a campaign wherein which they could stop these child marriages. When we see this PNDT Act also, there is of child, if the detected child is a girl child, it has been aborted. It has happened very recently in Bangalore during this COVID time only. And goal 6 talks about polluted water, and UNICEF states that about 6 lakhs of children under 5 years die every year in India due to lack of access of clean water and lack of sanitation facilities. Goal 7 talks about the children stay away from studies. In Goal 7, we're going to talk about affordable and clean energy. clean energy. When power cut is very frequent at rural places, when we see that children stay away from studies if the power cut is there during the evening times. Open deficit, snake bites examples, or wild attacks during the evening times, and sexual assaults on disabled children, or it could be on women, or especially on girl children, is more susceptible. Hostel children, of course, there's no hostels during this time, but still due to power cut, there is an effect on hostel children also. So this going to the goal 18, decent work and economic growth. Child labor versus education. Due to this pandemic, during this pandemic time also, we are seeing that the children are more engaged as child laborers. Either it could be on fields, either it could be on factories. They are shutted down, and there is a rescue which happened in Bangalore slum recently, wherein which those children were doing agarbattis in the shuttered door of the factory, and Bachpan Bachao Andolan has come forward to rescue those children and put them proper to the rehabilitation center. The challenge is again in the rehabilitation center also, we don't have a proper facility to accommodate those children because the number was very big. And then coming towards goal 10, equal work, equal wage for men and women. This could probably bring change in the social economic condition, and probably all children will be on a safe zone since both mother and father are working, and the condition could be a little changed. Goal 13, climatic change in affecting the world. Due to this heavy rainfall and all this changing environment, and we are currently seeing this pandemic and its impact. We are supposed to adopt for the climate. That's what I would like to say. And goal 16, of course, due to all this, we could see this peace and justice to build a peaceful and integrated societies for sustainability. Next slide, ma'am. This is just a picture on how the SDG has been reported and planning. Whom do the government, state governments report to, and how is the submission of reports happen to United Nations, and to decide suggestions given by the states and follow up on the statistics which has been reported to the center. Minister of Government of India present the plans and recommendations and ideas for the following 15 years. Next, ma'am. Next slide. Next slide, please. It's also statistics related to child marriages in Karnataka. This is, in South India. Indian average is 26.8. The other states are seen there. And we could see Karnataka on 21.4 and followed with the others. Telangana rates, Andhra Pradesh states first, and Telangana states rates second. Of course, all the other presiding states are seen here. Next, ma'am. This is the data taken from NFHS, National Family Health Survey. Child marriages in the state of Karnataka. We have 30 districts here in Karnataka. Indian average is 26.8, wherein which our Karnataka is 21.4. We could see in the statistics that 15 districts are below average, and 15 districts are competing enough. Like it has been equally distributed. In these 15 districts, even during this COVID period, they are practicing child marriages, and there is no prevention from the child marriage prohibition officers to take action against all these. Next, ma'am. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Now you please sum up your paper.
All right, ma'am. With this, I would like to give the recommendations. So, ma'am, could you just go to the recommendations at least? Recommendations part. All right. Coming to the conclusion part, I would like to mention, being a child marriage prohibition officers, they have many roles to perform. During this COVID period also, there are officers who have been referred to many other works, and they couldn't do it. But still, my concern is let the officers be more proactive to, to empower the adolescent girls, children. There are many projects and policies which has been there, specially designed for them. At least rescue them, and implementation of SDG should not be forgotten, and registration of marriages to be made mandatory, wherein which every single child could be traced with their age, and they could do well. That's it, ma'am. Thank you. The last slide is on references, and I would like to conclude this. Thank you.
Yes, now the chair can put up the questions to Rashmi ma'am.
Yes, Anuja, you ask first.
Should I? I was waiting. Anyway, thank you, Rashmi. You have given a very exhaustive presentation. The matter was a bit too exhaustive, in fact.
Yes, ma'am.
You could have shortened it up a little, since it's a presentation and there's a time limit,
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
So whenever we go for presentations, we have to keep that in mind.
Sure, ma'am.
Right, but it was very well illustrated and the content was, of course, good. One thing I would like to know is that how would we find out about how do we collect the data about child marriages during this COVID-19 situation?
Ma'am, there are ASHA workers who are located at the local Gram Panchayats and at every village level, and also our Anganwadi workers who are working at the village level.
Will they be able to provide the data around this time?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Social distancing and all these things are in place.
Happening. Yeah, in place. But still, you know, when they are going every alternate days to every houses to check whether everybody is healthy or anybody has come from the other cities or anybody has gone out of the city. So during that time, probably they could make it out and they could report it. Though they are getting to know, they are not reporting. That's our concern.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a social stigma. So maybe as a society, we should be responsible and awareness has to be garnered about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to you, Kajal.
Yes, Ms. Rashmi, it was a very good presentation, very well read. Just for the sake of curiosity, I would like to ask the 17 goals of SDG, what you were talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the possibility of fulfilling all these goals in near future?
What does that mean?
I mean, the goals which have been given, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals which we were explaining.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you feel? What is the possibility of fulfilling all these goals in near future? We will be able to fulfill all these goals?
Yeah, that's the challenge, ma'am. As we were telling, like this COVID is moving our progress economically very 2, 3, 5 years, 10 years backward.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be possible. Projecting this situation, I don't think it would be possible. But if the stakeholders or the converging departments should come together, and of course, the work starts right from the grassroots level, where in which different stakeholders are there. If they handhold their businesses, I think they could at least, if not 100%,
that is the challenge before us.
Could be done. Yeah, that's
the challenge before each and every stakeholder of this society.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right now. Okay, thank you.
Another thing, Rashmi,
yes,
in your first slide, there were some spelling mistakes. So please be very cautious when when you show in your slide, your first slide, challenges is wrongly spelled.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so it is E, not A. And then we are teachers, we find out little.
So we have a habit of doing proofreading.
Even in attaining, the N is missing. So please look into that. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Now, next presentation. The code of Dr. Sayan Day is ES02F. He is from Guwahati University, Assam. And the topic of his paper is Decoding Learning with COVID-19, Opportunities, Challenges, and the Road Ahead. Dr. Sayande, kindly unmute yourself.
Sayande, I think.
Sayande, kindly unmute yourself. Yes.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. So since only 5 minutes of time is allotted for me to do this presentation, I will try to start it right away. So here I start. this year 2020 will go down in history as a timeline when humanity, not knowing what they are up against, has locked themselves up in their public eyes shut and in the head in the sand, waiting for the time when the danger will go away. The COVID-19 has severely disrupted educational activities, including all others. Like COVID-19 has disrupted many facets of our human life, including
very systematically done, wonderful ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಜನ ಸೈಡ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ.
Hello.
ಅದು ನೀವು ಬಂದು ನೋಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ.
Hello. Personal groups, eyes shut and heads in the sand, waiting for the time when the danger will go away. This COVID-19 has severely disrupted our lives in very unprecedented ways, be it international politics, relation between the countries, economy, society, nothing has been left unaffected. This COVID-19 has severely disrupted teaching learning activities all across the world due to this lockdown and shutdown of educational institution. Mostly Indian education system, one of the largest educational systems in the world, has been is mostly classroom oriented and offline in nature, and hence it has struggled to make a swift shift towards digitized learning and online education. At this juncture, my paper is an humble attempt to study the Indian education system and the Indian education system during this COVID-19 pandemic, and with following objectives. Next slide, ma'am. My objectives are to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on online education, to examine the issues encountered in the process of digitized learning, and to suggest some possible solutions to negate this deadlock situation. To fulfill the objectives, an online survey was conducted among students of Soydwar College, Assam, and the response thus gathered was analyzed. In addition, secondary data sources were also examined. Next slide, ma'am. Some of the major findings of my study are COVID-19 has affected 68.5% of the enrolled learners globally, amounting to more than 120 crore people across 188 countries. In India, more than 370 million learners have been affected due to shutdown of institutions and lockdowns. In case of India, secondary education sector was found to be most affected with more than 13 crore students, followed by primary education sector with more than 75 lakh students, affected students. The major hurdles as reported by the students while taking online classes are poor connectivity and lack of smartphones. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. The major hurdles as reported by the students while taking online classes are found to be poor connectivity and lack of smartphones. The students also reported that it is tough to receive lab-based and mathematics-heavy classes in online mode. 67.5% of the students reported WhatsApp as their means of accessing online classes. But here the question arises that how can social messaging app even be an online mode of teaching at the very first place? WhatsApp can be used for allotting assignments and receiving them, but how can it be a medium of teaching? Even video conferencing of WhatsApp is limited to only 4 people at a time. So here lies a big myth of social messaging as an online teaching platform. Next slide, please, ma'am. Now, coming back to ground realities, only 23.8% of Indian households have access to internet. Only 14.9% has people have access in rural areas. Only 16% of women has access to mobile internet. Only 12.5% of students have access to smartphones. We have to keep these things in mind, keeping the larger thing in mind that 66% of our country's population is rural. Next slide, please. Some of the recommendations, recommendations that I want to put forward through my paper is that we can form some village level groups of educated people to teach at local level. This thing would have been done in the very early part of the lockdown, the first phase of lockdown, when the nationwide strict lockdown was imposed. that time that was the first phase of education, first phase of blockade in the path of education. So if we could have arranged some village level groups of educated people in so that they can teach their nearby children at local level, that could have helped a little bit. We can create digital volunteers who are capable of teaching in limited setup, improving digital infrastructure to provide quality education for all, which is in line with sustainable development goals. We can reorient we can always reorient the curriculum, because this Indian curriculum is designed for offline and classroom mode of learning. But this present situation demands a paradigm shift. Digital empowerment of all the stakeholders in this process would definitely help, and specifically the digital empowerment of teachers is the need of the hour. I would like to recommend customized learning so that students can learn in his or her own way and speed. I would like to end my deliberation quoting American futurologist Alvin Toffler: "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." This is a testing time, and this is a testing time, and this time will test our characters. And we need to rise, even if it takes us to venture some roads which are not yet traversed. Thank you for patience hearing. Next slide, ma'am. These are some of the references that I have gone through, and I have gathered them. I have put them here as per the APS 6th edition referencing style. Thank you very much, dear all. Thank you for your patient hearing. I would love to take some questions if there are any.
Yes, the chair can put up the questions now.
Yeah. Dr. Day, it was a very, very good presentation. You have done an empirical study, which is commendable, because at this moment we are short of data on online teaching, and if you have done it in this time, it is all the more.
Yes, ma'am. I did it through Google form, Google survey, ma'am.
It's very good, but I would like to know what was the main sample size of your.
Sample size was
mentioned the sample size.
Yes, ma'am. In some of these pie diagrams, the sample size is coming, means the number of respondents who responded to that particular question. The total sample size was 269. 269
Google forms you sent.
Yes, yes.
Okay, wonderful.
We sent it to around 1,500 students of our college. 269 students responded back with the field of response.
That's fine, because responses, you don't get responses all the.
Yes, ma'am, and specifically online.
That is understandable.
The sample was only from students or for parents also?
Ma'am, it was from only students. We have yes, I have covered 4 disciplines: science, arts, commerce, and vocational.
Very good.
Students from all across disciplines.
It's a good effort, but you could have made the slides a little less congested, as I said earlier.
Ma'am, only 5 to 7 slides. I
can understand. I can understand.
Also, I think my deliberation was too speedy for all of you to hear, but that was the time allotted.
But we are glad that you've kept your time in mind.
Time is of essence, ma'am.
Yes.
So now I wish to ask the chair, can we move ahead to the next participant?
Sure.
Yes. Make it a little fast.
Yes, ma'am. Our next participant is, he's Mr. Ananda Majumdar, Faculty of Education, University of Alberta, Edmonton, Canada. I request Ananda Majumdar to kindly unmute himself. And you begin your presentation, Ananda.
Thank you so much. Are you listening to me?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much for the opportunity. The name of the paper is, the title is The Goals of Sustainable Development in the Affected Areas, and the subtitle is The Relations from the Normal to the New Normal Scenario. So my presentation I have done through methodological process, like the descriptions of sources by reading, gathering in-depth insights and topics, focuses and explaining ideas, summarizing and interpreting, and mainly expresses in words, which is a qualitative approach. And I have taken like academic articles and newspapers, gatherings and all. And it is not only the post-COVID, like COVID-19, it is also from, that's why I say the normal to the new normal. like since 1980s that we have started those movements like climate change and all these things. So it's a kind of a short of my my slides, and I'm sorry for also that I think I have also lots of writing about on my slides. So first of all, I'm sorry for that now. Now the concept of the sustainability. Would you please the next slide, the introduction, please? The introductions, the concept of sustainability, please. Thanks. So it is like the maintenance of the natural capital, the social and economic sustainability. It has a connection, and the ecosystems are connected by the meeting human needs without compromising of the health of the ecosystems, called the ecological sustainability. It is like natural surroundings of the regional concerns. The sustainability and eco-museums are connected each other. So the concept of eco-museum is another term of sustainability, which is like through the concept is through the community development. Now, sustainability for the development of communities socially, economically, and culturally, which is eco-museums, like a heritage and cultural sustainable concept. Next slide, please. So the goals of the environmental sustainability. The environmental sustainability can be defined as a condition of balance, resilience, and interconnectedness. The goals is the preservation of biodiversity, the climate action plan through the decarbonizations, and the natural habitat of the unsuitable farming. So the COVID-19, the pandemic outbreaks, both the global destructions of the natural habitats and the unsuitable farming, mining, and the housing must move to sustainable pathways. And the COVID-19 pandemic has protecting ourselves against the future global threats requires the sound management of hazardous medical and chemical waste. So these are something that we have to do during the crisis, and also the new normal criteria and all after the post-COVID-19. Next slide, please. The goals of economic sustainability, please. The next slide. Are you listening to me, ma'am?
Yeah. You're audible,
so
perfectly audible.
Yeah, so the next slide, the goals of economic sustainability. Thank you. So I'm going through very short because of the timing stuff. So the goals of economic sustainability is the sustainable consumptions and productions is about the doing more and better with less. The COVID-19 can be a catalyst for social change. So we must build back better at transitions our productions and consumption patterns towards more sustainable practices. Return on investment, online working, or locally sourced productions is important for the broader discussions of circular economy. And they are also under goal 8 of the United Nations, and I think it should be also read shortly. Now, I would say that improving the human capital by building the future skills and health of populations, especially if air and water pollution can be reduced, or access to improve the drinking water is improved. Other way, they promote the use of the more efficient technologies, provide the important public goods, modern energy, and sanitation. So this should be one of the great criteria in the context of the pandemic time. The next slide, please. Okay. Goals of social sustainable fabric with economic impact. So this is a social and economy. The empowering the women and girls helps expand economic growth, to promote the social development and establish more stable and just societies. The human rights are universal, and every person around the world deserves to be treated with dignity and equality. The basic rights include the freedom of speech, the privacy, health, life, liberty, and security, as well as the adequate standard of living. So these are all social standards, especially we need in the developing countries. Children's rights are human rights, so the safeguarding their rights helps the building better and strong. The well-educated communities that are the vital creating a stable, inclusive, and the productive business environment. And we know that the inclusive education is one of the important in our society. The rural development and workforce training, the social well-being and social responsibility. So these are need to be done in the social criteria. Now, the collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning defines the self as how children and adults learn to understand and manage the emotions, set goals, and show empathy for others. Establish a positive relationship and make relationship decisions. And I can't hear it. So, and then more housing to save slums people during the pandemic, save their lives from virus. So these are some social context. Next slide, please. The goals of educational sustainability. Now, this is one of the main I want to focus as an education student. The ensure that all girls and boys have the access to quality early childhood development. And I'm also a teacher in childhood development in school. So I always prefer the childhood development. They ensure the equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality to be technical, vocational, and tertiary education, including university. They eliminate gender disparities in education. Ensure that all youth and adults, both men and women, achieve the literacy and numeracy. Ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed. Ensure that all girls and boys complete the free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education. Ensure the inclusive and equitable quality education and promote the lifelong learning opportunity for all. Next slide, please. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, the goals of health sustainability. They reduce the global maternal mortality ratio to less than 70% to the 100,000 live births. The end of epidemics of AIDS and tuberculosis. They strengthen the capacity of all countries, especially the developing countries, for early warning, risk reduction, management of national and global health risks. The sustainability reduce the numbers of the death and illness from the hazardous chemicals, air, water, and the soil pollution and contamination. Now, the 2020 Mental Health Month theme is to Thrive. The toolkit provides the practical tools that everyone can use to improve their mental health and increase the resiliency regardless of their situation. Considering COVID-19, the toolkit has become one of the prime pieces of delivering important messaging regarding the mental health. Sustainable to co-living post-pandemic scenario. Welcome to the remote world. Remote world means that we are doing now online things and all stuff. Next slide, please. Next slide, ma'am. The goals of peace and justice sustainability. They promote the peaceful and inclusive societies, provide the access to justice for all, and building effective and accountable and inclusive institutions in all levels, and abuse, especially the societal exploitations. We know that what it means, the societals, like the beating women by husbands and all these things. And also through the blind faith. They promote the rural law and the national and international levels. By 2030, provide the legal identity for all, promote and enforce the non-discriminatory laws and policies for sustainable development, prevent violence and combat terrorism and the crime, particularly in developing countries. And everybody has to be institutional of global governance. The COVID-19 response also reminds us that the effective institutions are an essential part of pandemic preparedness, building institutional capacity and ensuring measures and systems are in a place to prevent the corruptions, and institutionalized transparency and accountability will help to deliver better health outcomes that would benefit the whole of society post-pandemic. Sustainable goals to the renowned and the inclusive matter, the multiculturalism for the protection of communities from within the nations who are affected by the vulnerability and inequalities due to the current pandemic situation. The next, please, ma'am. The next slide, please. Yes, now the conclusions. I would like to say something critical, discussions about the conclusion. So the term sustainability has an absence of the single concept of sustainable development, with multiple concepts of definition, causing the considerable implementation difficulties. The concept of sustainable development is original elitism and imperialist character, because we know that this kind of terms always come to the Western world, and it has been always proposed by the Western countries and all these things. And we know that they are all leader countries in global scenarios. The absence of systemic implementations mechanism organizationally and financially underwritten. And it has the values and ambiguity of the terms and phases included in the definition. Thank you so much. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Ananda.
Yeah, so
for connecting
So
with
these
us.
are, yeah, okay. So these are the links and the references that I provided to you. So you can click on this and you can find out my all the research methodologies and all these things.
Well, thank you, Ananda. It was a very, very good presentation, an exhaustive one, and you have explained it very well. But I would like to point out little few things about the topic as such. You have written the goals of sustainable development in the affected areas. Which affected areas are you referring to?
Affected areas, I would like to say the 6 areas, like I say, the environment, economy, the peace and justice areas.
The affected areas of sustainable development, you mean to say?
Yeah, the affected areas, I say the environment, the areas of environment, the areas of economic, the environment of the like 6 whatever I have received the 6 areas, the theme of the presentations in this way that I have written, like economic areas, the social and yeah.
That answers my question. And I would also like to know, how do you think global governance is possible in the context of the present political scenario which is prevailing in the countries globally? You talked about global governance.
I think especially the Western, global, the relations between the global North and global South, especially the Western countries, need to become about, because every time we get some answers from the politicians and about the globalizations, the global governance, and all these things. So they need to come, especially because they have more resources and technology to come and amalgamate with all other countries, especially that under the developing
countries. At present, the WHO is falling apart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So how do you perceive this would be possible?
It is possible through the collaborations of all the leaders of the world, just like in a big meetings and all these things.
Yes, if better sense prevails. If better sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Over to you, Kajal.
Yes, it was a very good presentation, Mr. Ananda. One thing I would like to ask, your study is based on some data, or it is a study, just a research study?
It is a research studies. It's a generalizations of written everything, because whatever I wrote, ma'am, I present lots of part of the world. 2 weeks ago, I presented to the to one of the university called the University of Leeds, and then I'm going to also present Oxford University, the Department of Oriental Studies, about the Maharashtrian cultures and all. So I have a lot of presentations. So whatever I do, I basically go to the University of Alberta's library and find out the books, focus on the academic books.
Documentary analysis, right?
Documentary analysis, like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to say to ma'am, I know that this is your concern, that it is too much to write on a slide and all, and I understand. But the thing is that because of the accent, because you know that I live in the Western countries, so sometimes they don't understand my accent, whatever I will say. So that's why I put everything on a slide so that they can read everything what I want to say and all these things, instead of like a problem of accents and all.
We understand that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, over to you, Jyoti.
Yes, thank you, Ananda. Thank you, ma'am. Nishi, kindly proceed to the next presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moving on, next presentation. Before the presentation, participants are requested to give their presentation in the time limit given to them. Now I invite Miss S. Asha. She is from Ammon College of Arts and Science for Women, Trichy, Tamil Nadu, and the topic of her paper is Educational Sustainability with ICT. Kindly unmute yourself, Asha. And start your presentation, Asha.
Yes, ma'am. So today my co-author will be presenting this paper, ma'am, Ms. B. Farhan.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Farhan, you are requested to unmute yourself.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, you are
Yes, ma'am.
audible.
Now, yes,
Farhan.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now it is audible, ma'am. A very good evening to all the dignitaries, the panel session, as well as a good day to all the organizers. I'm B. Farhan and my co-author is Sasha. And today we are going to present a paper on education sustainability with ICT. Let me begin with my paper. Over the centuries, there has been a remarkable and mind-blowing improvement innovations by man. This includes a rapid development in information and communication technology. The familiar terminology that is widely getting utilized in every being's life is smart technology, like smartphones, smart tablets, gadgets, smart televisions, iPad, tab, etc. The products of smart technology that have made human life smarter and easier, accessible and stress-free and easygoing one. Smart technology has not only enhanced the way of living, but also became an integrated a neighborhood of everyone's life. Information technology has been influencing our lives within the recent years in the fields of education, sports, shopping, healthcare, and business. Going a further mile, information and communication technology in schools features a serious impact with the beginning of smart classrooms, which reinforces student learning and better teaching techniques. Further recognizing the effects
Next
of
slide.
emerging technologies on the workforce and everyday life, today's teacher and education institutions are seeking to restructure their training systems and classroom to facilitate and to reduce the difference between today and the future of teaching and learning technology. ICTs are rapidly evolving the society. We can see the importance of ICT in education to see a sort of ICT in our lives. We don't need to go any further than our own home or even a room today. We all have them in our every aspect of our life, whether it's a machine or TV or cell phone. In today's world, ICT customers are all searching for one vision, the vision of a connected life. It makes ICT a lifestyle choice for a large part of the population. Therefore, this lifestyle choice affects the way we communicate, raises the rate of consumerism, and affects how we connect and gather information. ICT has infiltrated and changed many facets of our lives to point that we live in a consumer-driven world that is governed by technology itself. The reality is that there is no going back. We live in a connected, wired world. Students need to be taught how to engage those connections, collaborate, and communicate globally in a fluent and a skillful way. Coming up to digital culture and digital literacy, the major thing is that digital technology and other facets of
Next
digital
slide, ma'am.
culture. The digital technology and the other facets of digital culture have transformed how people live, function, play, and learn, impacting the development and distribution of information and power around the world. Graduates who are less familiar with the digital culture are increasingly facing a situation that they are losing their job and they become unemployed. Digital literacy is the ability to scan, interpret, and generate the content, as well as the vital use of digital media for full participation in the society has thus become a major consideration for curriculum frameworks. Digital literacy can be divided into 3 categories.
Next slide, ma'am. Next slide.
Next slide, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That is the initial developing and the proficient. The initial level of literacy, which means that this level indicates that the educator has a level of awareness of the potential use of ICT. Teachers first begin to experiment ICT in the classroom at a basic level for discrete lessons. ICT literacy level 2 is the developing session. The developing is nothing but the level indicates that the educator is increasingly aware of using ICT to improve the student learning. Teacher now incorporate ICT into classrooms on a daily basis. So in literacy 3, the ICT literacy level 3, proficient is nothing but this level indicates that the educator is the leader in the use of ICT. I can give one example for all the 3 categories. At initial level, we can say that we can say the use of 90 skills that doesn't use ICT to an extended level. The literacy level of ICT literacy level 2 can be the literal can 2 can be explained with the example of right now. Right now we are taking classes with the Zoom meeting and the other meetings where we are developing. Proficient is that in 2030 we can see the proficient use of this. Further ICT in application, further application of ICT in education is like one laptop per child. Providing one laptop per child may which will increase. One laptop per child could be too will help them more to gain the knowledge, as well as providing them tablets with the interactive whiteboard, whiteboard or smart boards. Interactive whiteboards or smart boards with the help of projector can be projected image to be viewed, modified, moved, topped or copied. At the same time, the handwritten notes can be taken on board and saved for later use. Instead of student concentrated events, interactive whiteboards are correlated with the entire class instruction. Student participation will be more higher if a teacher is teaching with the help of a projector or a board. We can have the e-readers. Like e-readers are electronic devices capable of carrying hundreds of books in a digital form. Next is flipped classroom. Flipped classrooms model, which includes the teaching and practicing at home through the computer guided instruction and interactive classroom learning, will allow for an extended curriculum. There is no work on learning effects in flipped classrooms for the students. Student experiences of flipped classrooms are mixed, but mostly optimistic, as they prefer class-based cooperative learning lecture. And there are key issues of importance of ICT education. The key issues to importance of ICT education are e-learning or online learning. E-learning or online learning is nothing but the numerous unprecedented events taking place in our lives. E-learning or online learning is becoming increasingly common. It is not only opens up the resources for schools to ensure that the students have access to the learning materials while in the classrooms. It also makes it possible for students outside the classroom to learn, such as at home, even in hospitals. ICT brings inclusion. The benefits of ICT in education are such that all the students in the classroom will learn from the content on the curriculum. Children with the special needs are no longer at a disadvantage, that they have access to necessary sources, and even and children may use the special ICT software to allow to use the ICT on their own education needs. They can repeatedly play the parts, specific parts of which they don't understand from the teachers, and they can work on it, and they can work on it. ICT promotes higher order of thinking skills. That is one of the 21st century core skills that includes evaluating, preparing, tracking, and reflecting, to the name a few. Good use of ICT in education requires skills such as describing and justifying, the use of ICT in problem solving. Students need to analyze. Students are analyzing, checking it, and guessing the various methods that are being used. ICT promotes a higher order of thinking, as well as it promotes, it encourages collaboration, it motivates learning, it improves engagement and knowledge retention. ICT is an integration key part of national curriculum. For example, the introduction of digital technology or ICT is an integral part of curriculum, and this is a move that other global governments are adopting as they begin to see the relevance in ICT in education. There are 10 skills that the modern teachers should have.
Conclude it fast.
Okay.
Next slide, ma'am.
Technology remains. I would like to conclude by saying this: technology remains an unavoidable catalyst of any institution or nation's education revival or rebirth, whether it's accepted or not. It is going to be like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. It's Asha or Farhan?
Farhan.
Farhan.
Okay. Okay, Asha, it was a very exhaustive presentation with lots of information about ICT, which is a very important area in today's times, when we are relying on online teaching and learning process. So it is very relevant today. One thing I would like to, you have also covered all the e-learning, e-business, e-health, everything is going e. So we have to, that is very good. But I would like to know how do you think these skills can be garnered by the teachers who are teaching online classes, because COVID situation came suddenly. So how do you think teachers can rebound and relearn and adopt new strategies to tackle this situation through ICT?
Ma'am, actually, due to this COVID-19, anyway, we have to adapt this new technology, ma'am. We cannot say that we cannot adapt this technology because this is survival of the fittest. We have to learn that technology. We have to adapt it because we have no other alternative solution to go beyond this.
So what about those who are economically not, they do not have computers at home, or they do not have connectivity, and teachers in the low economic strata who are deep in villages? How do you think they'll be able to learn these strategies all of a sudden? Because it wasn't known before that it will come to this.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have to find strategies for that and to cover it.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
We can proceed to the next. I think Kajal is not, Dr. Kajal is not here at the moment.
Yes, ma'am. There's some connectivity issue, and he'll be soon joining us.
No problem, no problem. Okay. Carry on with the next one.
Nishi,
Now,
please invite the next.
yes. Now I invite Ms. Shraddha Verma. She is from Maitrey College of Delhi University. The title of her paper is Swayam, a way to sustainability in Indian education sector. Over to you, Shraddha. Shraddha, kindly unmute yourself.
Shraddha, kindly let me know.
Which one is this? This is the 10th paper?
Ma'am, this is...
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
9th paper, ma'am.
9th, right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello. Good evening, all. Am I audible to all?
Yeah.
Yes,
you are audible.
Good evening, all. The title of my presentation is Swayam, a way to sustainability in Indian education sector. Next slide, please. Let's have a brief introduction about Swayam. As we all know that learners should have the liberty to gain as much as they can from the education with the availability of wider choices to choose in the form of knowledge as per their preferences, career options, employment choices, and everything. And such an incentive has been provided in the education sector recently in the form of this initiative known as Swayam, study webs of active learning for young aspiring minds. This initiative Swayam launched on August 15, 2016, and it aims at achieving 3 cardinal principles of educational policy, that is access, equity, and quality. Actually, the structure of Swayam goes in this way that it has around 2,000 courses with 80,000 hours of learning, covering school, undergraduate, postgraduate, engineering, law, and other professional courses. So the main purpose of Swayam is to cater to the need of the learners with the help of the digital platform, especially at the higher education level. Now let's look, next slide, please. Now let's look at the impact of this COVID-19 pandemic that it had on Indian education sector in a very simple sense. Actually, this pandemic has hit the education sector very hard, undoubtedly posing many challenges for teachers and students. But given its dynamics, this sector has evolved in its own way. That is, this learning process is still continued by the teachers with the availability and accessibility of the internet facilities so that the knowledge is being virtually transferred to the target audience. And undoubtedly, students and teachers, both the parties are learning new ways and innovative ways of exchanging ideas, views, and teachers are specifically managing learning materials, knowledge, and training procedures digitally. Now let's, next slide, please. Now let's understand the role of Swayam as an incentive, as a helpful tool for sustainability of education. Swayam is basically a web and mobile-based interactive platform. So it actually offers courses ranging from a student belonging to the 9th standard to the post-graduation level. And there are main 4 quadrants in which the entire course structure is being divided. First, it actually starts with video lecture. Second, specially prepared reading materials for the learners for their convenience. And then the learner has the possibility to take up the self-assessment test. And finally, the online discussion forum for the doubts. So basic idea of Swayam is to allow the learners to register for the specific course as per their convenience and desire and need. And then completing the course, the learner has that credibility to his education and the time that he or she has given to the entire course. So the main idea of Swayam comes up in the current scenario amidst this COVID-19 is that it promotes greater use of internet-based services, and it also helps in overcoming the problem of shortage of skill-based courses which are actually not there in a very elaborated form in the conventional education system. So there are the crux of this discussion goes in this way that Swayam comes up as a very effective tool in terms of usage of internet-based services and facilities, especially in the current scenario wherein there is a lack of physicality and presence of teachers and reading materials. Secondly, it also overcomes the problem which is already existing in the conventional system of education, that it does not focus mainly on the skill-based courses. And most importantly is that the availability of Swayam is such an ease that it can be actually accessed by anybody from anywhere and actually at any level. As we can see that the courses are actually ranging from a very lower middle level of schooling till the postgraduate level. So actually Swayam tries to capture the potential of the maximum number of learners. Another aspect to look at the sustainability of education sector with the help of Swayam is we have certain data and the studies. The study in 2018 by IBF, this paper says that education sector has a huge potential in India to reach to this 144 billion US dollar level by 2020 due to the rapid expansion of digital learning education and because of the higher proportion of young population. As we can see the first point on this slide, which says that according to World Bank data, we have around 27% of India's population lying in the range of 0 to 14 years. Coming back to another study by Ray in 2016, which says that digital learning market has the potential.
The slides are not showing. Are you talking about this slide only?
And yeah, this is a slide that I'm referring to.
Okay.
Thank you. So this paper by Ray in 2016, which says that the digital learning market is projected to reach to this $5.7 billion by 2020, as there is a possibility of higher internet users. So the point that I want to highlight here is that there are three things that are going on simultaneously. First, the incentive Swayam itself, which was established in 2016. Then there is a huge potential in the Indian education sector in terms of the usage of the digital learning sources. And thirdly, the current scenario that we all are in, that is the pandemic one. So in short, these three things are actually complementary to each other and actually supporting each and every way. That is, if we can see that there is a huge potential of the usage of the digital learning market in India, then we have this pandemic situation, which actually itself supports the usage of the digital learning way. And then we have the Swayam as a tool which is actually at our disposal. So in short, the idea that I want to highlight here is that Swayam turns out as a very helpful tool, especially in the current scenario. That means it allows us to have the learning process going on in the present time period, along with have that it shows a huge potential for the future generation as well, is that it opens up many doors for the digital way of learning the thing. But again, we have certain challenges along with us. The first one, I'm going to skip the next slide. Please, can you move on to the last slide, which is future path and conclusion? Thank you. Now, I want to highlight here the limitation of this particular tool. The first one is that though Swayam based on the usage of internet and mobile based application, but again, as we have seen that because of the poor infrastructure, especially in the remote and rural areas and lack of internet connectivity and network issue, there is actually a huge challenge in front of us when it comes to the implementation of Swayam and the other layouts of this. Thus, the government needs to consider the limitation of providing these digital platforms and overcome all these problems so that we can actually achieve the goal of sustainable education with the help of Swayam as a tool, and also to, you can say, utilize the potential of the digital learning market that Indian education sector is showing currently. Thank you so much. Hello, am I audible to all?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you, Shraddha.
Thank you, Shraddha.
Thank you.
It was mainly a presentation of what SWAYAM is and what it is entailing in the field of education, and what is the group of, what is the panorama which it is serving. So basically it covered all the aspects of SWAYAM and the information regarding SWAYAM. But what I would like to know is, how can it be useful for, have you done any kind of survey, or have you any data of any survey done of how useful SWAYAM is for students? I think that would have been more pertinent.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. I am in the
We all
process.
know about SWAYAM, and most of the educationists are using it as a teaching mode. So how useful it is for students, and whether people are using it, how many teachers are using it, that could have been a study.
I can completely understand. I'm in the process of actually incorporating the data from secondary and primary sources.
This is more review
actually,
of.
I have tried to give a theoretical aspect and
Yeah.
with the help of the
Totally information about SWAYAM as a platform.
And I have tried to link it with the current scenario and also link it with the sustainable aspect of the SWAYAM.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further questions, ma'am?
I'll give it over to Dr. Kajal.
Kajal, can you unmute yourself?
Unmute yourself, ma'am. Yes.
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Not allowing.
No, you can be heard now.
You're being heard.
Okay.
Audible.
Actually, there was some connectivity problem at my end, so I couldn't hear the whole paper, but it was quite interesting to hear the details of SWAYAM, as we all are getting out of it. So I don't think there is any question for me to ask about. Thank you very much.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Dr. Y.S. Reddy. His code is ES05F. He is from CBITA, Hyderabad. His paper title is The Challenges in Online Education at School Level. Reddy sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Good evening, madam, and all.
Yes, audible, sir.
Can you hear, madam?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for this opportunity. Madam, I am Dr. Y.S. Reddy, teaching engineering physics in Chaitanya Bharat Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. So I am teaching engineering physics, and I'm doing research in material science. So after lockdown in March and April, I conducted the online classes for my students for over 1.5 months. And I faced some issues. And then the same online classes started for my children also. So the school is very nearby, and there were many complaints, and even I'm unable to provide the gadgets and the internet connection to them to my children also. I have 2 kids. So this paper came into my mind. So I would like to know, actually I would like to know myself, what are the challenges and opportunities in online education at school level, because the school and online education and the graduate level online education is completely different. So in my engineering college, almost all everyone is having mobile phone and a laptop or a desktop. Okay, it is not that difficult for them to attend the classes. But here, the school level online education is completely different. As I'm staying in Hyderabad, which is an urban area, metropolitan city, this is different, and some semi-urban areas and rural areas, the scenario will be entirely different. So I would like to focus, so how the children are being affected because of this sudden and unexpected pandemic situation, and all the students and the faculty, that means school teachers, are really ready to take up this task, because all the subjects cannot be taught online, and all the teachers at school level and their parents may not be tech savvy, so that they can easily adapt to this new kind of medium. It is also a kind of medium, and particularly when I take go back to my rural areas, so there is a lot of issues like availability of content in the regional language is a big difficulty, and rural areas and semi-urban teachers are not that competent to teach, and even though don't have the gadgets. So that is why I selected this topic, so that to learn myself and make aware of others. So the challenges, and coming to this, the education sector has been worse ahead due to, okay, already, madam. Please, next slide, madam. Thank you, madam. And here, so in the introduction for online education, this is a general topic. So what we need for this online education is electricity. Even during this kind of session, I have 2 times power interruption. Electricity, desktop, laptop, and internet facility. Availability of the signal is also very important. You might have seen in the newspapers and other things that the children are going to some places where they can find the signal. And electricity, and some of these National Sample Survey and Mission Antyodaya details were already shared by Dr. Sayan Day from Gauhati University. So I'm not going into the details. Electricity, desktop availability, and internet facility. Next slide, please, madam. So there is a clear digital divide. Means some of the children or parents can afford this kind of education, and some of the children are students and their parents cannot afford this. So coming to the details, the poorest of the 20%, the bottommost 20% of the population have only 2.7% computers. Internet is only 8.9%. Already these are the details shared by that Sayan Deser. So according to this, about particularly, I would like to focus on this. About 37% of the Indian households have only one dwelling room, means they do not have the conducive environment for the online classes. So they have a kind of disturbance throughout the day, so they cannot have a privacy to attend the classes without any disturbance, and there is a gender disturbance. And state-wise, also we can see in Delhi, access to the computer is 35%, and in the Bihar it is only 4.6%. Next slide, madam. Right, coming to the main focus, the school level. So, so I collected this data. However, I have some data collected from my engineering graduates. I'm not going to publish here, but here I collected this data from Times of India, The Hindu First Post, and in our regional language paper. So they have conducted almost 7 to 8 states, and they have compiled this data. I'm taking from them. So in particularly, if you take the school level, the school level, the children are using, the 54% of children are using smartphones. However, they are not that convenient to attend the classes. Just they are attending the classes using the smartphones. But however, as you know, it is very difficult to attend and learn the classes through the smartphones, and desktop and laptops are available for only 40%, and tabs and pads and iPods are with 66%. And then the main issue here is multiple devices. Means suppose if I give the mobile to my children, can he use this mobile phone or laptop or desktop for his entire class? Because in the month of April and May, before MHRD guidelines, most of the schools conducted the classes for almost 5 to 6 hours. So is it possible for the child to have a mobile or desktop or laptop continuously? Because the parents may not be able to afford multiple devices. So multiple devices, however, this is for 73% of the parents in the survey conducted can use for long time. Single device means if the parent has to go outside, no, then the children cannot use that mobile phone or laptop or whatever it is. 23% of the students with their only single device, so they cannot use it for the time they need. Means if the parent has some work, then the student has to lose a class. And the data cost for 11%, it is very difficult to pay the data charges, particularly. So as everybody is thinking about the metropolitan cities and urban areas, but what about the suburban and in the rural areas? It is very difficult because throughout the day, data means we need to have bigger packages that is not feasible in the rural areas. And teacher-student activities. Coming to the teaching quality, so in a regular classroom in Indian style, okay, there generally in the school the classroom strength will be 30 to 40% in our areas. I'm talking about in Hyderabad. So where usually the teacher is able to focus on every student, everybody will get a chance to interact. But here the survey shows that the teacher-student activity interaction is 20% of the children will get everyday interaction because they are smart and they are very much interacting. Because this is what I felt personally, even in my home also. And 32% will get a chance in once in a week, and 41% just simply they attend the classes, write the notes, and just submit the attendance. So there is no activity interaction taking place for the 41%. And attendance. So coming to the attendance, 60% of attending students are attending the minimum classes. Yes. So there is an interesting reason is also there. And the screen time minimum 5 to maximum is 10 hours. So because earlier even in Hyderabad also every school conducted more than 5 to 6 classes a day and assignment sessions and other things. Okay. And headphones, 45% of the students are using headphones for full time, and 27% are frequently on and off, so that they have the neck pain and the shoulder pain and some other health issues are there. Next slide, madam, please. School level pros and cons. These are the pros. Can replay the classes. Yes, that is there. And completing assignments are as per convenience. Okay, if not today, you can submit to tomorrow. There is no reprimand. The teacher not going to school and in the online class can have additional resources. Cons, not paying attention. Yes, I can simply switch off my video and can go somewhere, and then again my attendance will be recorded here. Right, monitoring performance is difficult, and everyone may not get chance of activities. And other as usually all the subjects cannot be taught online. Okay, the teachers may not be very much expert in the online education. And apart from that, there is one interesting reason they found that the children are enjoying these online classes because they need not pay attention throughout the day, and they can simply, that is one reality they found, that they need not sit in the before the computer or desktop or the smartphone, and then simply we can the class will run continuously and the student may not pay attention. That is also there. And coming to the possibilities and opportunities in the future course, there will be a huge demand for video, PPT and graphical resources for online classes, and education organizations can establish a knowledge bank of these types of resources. Yes, demand for online radio classes, community radio classes will increase, and updating skills of teachers will have much importance. The school teachers particularly need to update their skills. Consultants for the establishment of audio video studios. Even in our college also, we have consulted an audio video studio to prepare online lectures. Thank you, madam. Next, madam. And existing digital platforms, apart from the regular, because almost everybody is taking the online classes via Zoom app. Okay, so because of the network connectivity, and most of the experts in education sector are suggesting that massive online open courses, that is MOOCs courses, using Swayam and radio channels like Swayam Prabha and YouTube, means whenever the student is free, whenever the student has a gadget and internet connection, they can the student has to take these classes. Like for them, MOOCs online classes will be very useful, and these are some existing digital platforms which may be some alternative to the live classes. Thank you, madam. Next. And recently, after MHRD guidelines, I see the phenomenal change in the conducting the online classes for the school level in most of the known areas to me. That is the pre-primary and classes 1 to 12. So recommended to adapt the alternate academics calendar. But now they have limited the class time for only 30 to 45 minutes and only 2 hours to be taken. Only 2 hours mean 2 classes mean 2 into 45. 90 minutes means only 1.5 hours will be taken for 1 to 8. But earlier, to my surprise, even for LKG and UKG students, also some of the private institutions in our city conducted the classes, which is really very disgusting for LKG and UKG. I think many of the experts like you also may be knowing these facts. Thank you, madam. Next, madam. What is the future? The way online education and its associated lifestyle is affecting the physical and mental well-being of the children. As some of the schools are in competitive mode, are they forcing the children to sit hours together in the computer? Their screen time will be increasing, and they don't have any physical activity. They are going to lose much than they are gaining through the online class. This is my personal opinion. Children exposed to digital technologies gadgets for a long time are prone to several health issues, and it is next, if possible, parents and guardians may also be involved in selection of appropriate resources and ICT tools for their children. A concerted effort from the parents, teachers, and the policymakers seems necessary to help children cope up with the crisis and thrive in the post-COVID-19 world. So, these are some of my experiences, but however, these are experiences shared by other parents and the teachers also, particularly the school level education. It needs a comprehensive policy.
Please sum it up fast.
Okay. Next slide, madam. Thank you, madam.
Kajal, over to you.
Yes, Dr. Reddy, I think you have taken the most challenging issue that we are facing these days in this current educational scenario, is that online teaching learning.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you have studied a lot, and every second person is talking these days about the problems of online teaching.
Yes, madam.
Lack of internet facility, lack of smartphones, lack of laptops and all. But what is the solution? How we can overcome these problems?
Yes, madam.
Everybody is talking about the problems we are going to face in online teaching, but does anybody has any solution? If the students, they don't have, as you have said, that 54% students at school level, they are using smartphone. I don't know from where you did get this data, but I think it's too much. I don't think 54% they have smartphones.
No, madam. This is the data published in our regional language paper that is also there and online, and also I collected it from Times of India, the Hindu First Post. Okay, I compiled the data. Means, madam, here we are thinking about only metropolitan city, but in rural areas, okay, most of
rural areas, percentage is very low, I think.
Absolutely. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Anyway, the data could have been more reliable because it seems to be like taken from unreliable sources. Newspapers cannot be relied upon.
Mentioned also. Source is not mentioned also.
Absolutely.
Anyway, very good presentation. Thank you.
Well, you have succinctly highlighted the problems of online classes, the pros and cons of it. And the only thing is that we have to resort to online teaching, and there's no other way forward. And we have to learn it. And this is the future which is available for us now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
There's another question from one of the person in the audience, the participants. He's asking, how is UGC an online platform? Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes.
Madam?
Mr. Reddy, are you there?
Yes, madam, I am there, madam.
Yeah, somebody has asked from the participant side, Dr. Day, he has asked that how is UGC an online platform? In the chats, it's come up. You have mentioned UGC as an online platform.
UGC MOOCs courses.
Yes.
UGC and NPTEL MOOCs courses. There are all are coming under the UGC Swayam platform, madam.
So, Dr. Day, your question is answered. Thank you. Over to you, Arif Haji. And Jyoti?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The next presentation is from Mr. Pranjal Kuli. His code is ES06F. Pranjal, kindly unmute yourself.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello, good evening, everyone, ma'am. So it's an honor to present my paper. I'm a postgraduate in political science from University of Delhi. So the title of my paper is New Education Ecosystem Post-COVID-19, Sustainable Education for a Robust and Resilient Society. So, ma'am, is my slides visible, ma'am?
Read it.
So my paper is New Education Ecosystem Post-COVID-19. So the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our traditional system of teaching and learning, which was based on face-to-face direct interaction, and it requires one to be physically present in the classrooms. So this model of schooling, teaching and learning is based on factory model school, which is influenced by the Industrial Revolution, when schools basically train students for a specific job or for a specific employment. So this is what have been followed in India itself. We are basically our education system is basically it's employment oriented rather than creativity and innovation. Although there has been a lot of debates on transforming our education system to online before the pandemic, but the speed has been quite slow because a lot of people were reluctant because a lot of teachers and students they feel it was not very effective, or it was not, a lot of people were not accustomed with the technologies of the using digital tools and all. So there's a lot of when in the initial stages of the pandemic, when our school system or teaching and learning shifted to online, then a lot of teachers as well as students they felt that they were facing difficulties, but somehow it is because there is no way to continue teaching and learning. Basically, a lot of students and teachers have basically innovative, have gone beyond their capacity and beyond their comfort zone to find ways to impart teaching and learning, because a lot of students were facing kind of distraction because they went distraction, and there was also problem of attention deficit. So the students were facing attention deficit because a lot of different students have different they need different attentions, because everyone has the different ways to grasp the knowledge. Next slide, ma'am. So the objectives of my paper is to rethink our current education system for a new education model in a post-COVID-19 world. So the paper also want to deliver and discuss sustainable education for a robust and resilient society. And third is to identify the issues and challenges in a new digital education model. So the methodology I've used is the paper is mainly qualitative in nature and is based on primary sources as well as secondary sources, which include research articles, international reports, and online articles. I've also expressed my views and ideas. So next slide, ma'am. So I would like to bring your attention to two reports. This report was published in the midst of this pandemic. It's a report by the UNESCO. It's titled "Education in a Post-COVID-19 World." So it's 9 ideas for public action. So basically, it's kind of guidelines. Basically, it's UNESCO has given some 9 ideas which needs to be incorporated while we cope with the pandemic and for a sustainable education post the COVID-19 pandemic. So the basic things, the 9 ideas basically are: we have to strengthen our education as a common good, because education helps everyone to. With the basic motive of education is personal development of all, and through education one can and equality and inequality, and they can develop themselves. Second is we need to expand the definition of right to education by democratizing the access and creation of knowledge. We should also consider information as fundamental right in the perspective of right to education. And we also need to value the teaching profession and the teacher collaboration between the teacher and the student. Because even though we have transformed to digital platforms to continue our teaching and learning, even digital platforms haven't been unable to replace the role of teachers. So therefore, we need to value the teaching profession, because teachers have gone beyond their comfort zone to help the students learn in learning. We also need to promote student, youth, and children's participation and rights. We need to take consideration of their views while we construct new desirable changes. And we also need to protect the social spaces provided by the schools. That is learning, the environment of learning among peers, among fellow learners, needs to be preserved post-COVID-19 pandemic. So, and we also have to need to free and open technologies to be available, make available. And also we need to increase the scientific literacy with the curriculum, and also there need to be domestic and internal financing of public education. And we also have to increase global solidarity to end the current levels of inequalities. It will need more than, because a lot of countries will facing problems. So a lot of the countries will focused on improving their own situations, but some countries won't be able to do that. So we'll need more solidarity and cooperation, multilateral cooperation. So next slide, ma'am. So the next report is by World Economic Forum. It was released in January 2020. So it's, excuse me. Ma'am, it's so World Economic Forum has said it's a report on schools of the future. It's titled Education 4.0. So it's talking about global citizens of scale. We need to make the learners aware of their role as a global citizens and the responsibility they hold as a global citizens to make the lives of all people on the earth better. We'll need to focus on innovation and creative skills, because the future will need more innovation and creative solutions to our problems. So there will also need to have technology skills that needs to be imparted to the students, because that will be most because the future will be a digital economy. So there will be need for more digital skills like programming, etc. We'll also need to be improve the learners' interpersonal skills. Like we also need to leadership skill. We need to cultivate empathy, cooperation, and social awareness, and also how to cope with mental health. And also each and every learner has their own pace of learning. So we'll also need to focus on each learner's their own speed of learning at their own comfort. So we also need to make accessible and inclusive learning for everyone. And the future curriculum should be based on problem-based learning rather than process-based. So, and also we'll need to put emphasis on the lifelong learning, and which needs to be centered on learner-centered. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, please, ma'am.
Please sum up your paper now.
Okay, ma'am. So the main problem is the digital literacy and digital divide. So because we lack digital literacy, that's why we are having problems to cope with the pandemic. Because if we have digital literacy, then there would have been contactless delivery of services, because of which we are facing problem, because we need to use money. The population isn't much accustomed to using digital payments and all. So there is problem with digital literacy and digital divide for our new education ecosystem based on digital education. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, please, ma'am. So sustainability, quality education is one of the sustainable development goals, and the new education models will be focused more on technology and digital learning. And the new which will involve using extensive use of technology, and because the new philosophy of the education system should be sustainable education, because the greatest wealth of a family and a country is its children as in its citizens. So the more the citizens and the children are educated, they get quality education, the society and the nation becomes more of a robust and resilient society. Next slide, please. Next slide, ma'am. So we need to develop global citizen skills, because of which we can, through the digital tools, digital platforms, we can enhance and expand the interaction of children and learners from all countries, because through which they can share experience and which will develop, we can develop and empathy and cooperation and the responsibility they will develop through interaction with people of all countries. And lifelong learning will be very important, because countries whose citizens can develop ideas and convert these ideas into digital skills, digital tools will be an advantage, because of which will need to concentrate more on lifelong learning, because through which citizens can increase their current existing skills as well, enhance their skills. Next slide, please, ma'am. Okay, so that's it, ma'am. Thanks.
Ma'am, thank you, Pranjal. Ma'am, Chairperson, ma'am, you can put up questions if any.
Question. Nicely presented.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anuja, ma'am, yes. Anuja, ma'am, you have any question? Ma'am, ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's wonderful. Actually, I changed my device in between, so that's why. That was a good presentation, and it was more for lifelong learning, which is very essential. We don't have to build citizens who just learn for today and just forget tomorrow, which we have been doing so far. But what we need is a lifelong learner who transfers those skills into solving his everyday problems. So it's an important topic of education ecosystem, a robust and resilient society. It was well thought about and presented, but just one little problem I have was that it was too much content on over there. We had a content overload. So you could have encapsulated it, put it in short sentences and elaborated it yourself, or maybe cut short the content. Anyway, thank you. That's all that I have to say.
It's not a PowerPoint presentation. It was, I think, the whole paper was presented in the...
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. These were the basic main important points, which I put it all in the slides.
Next time you try to do that.
Okay,
that's a suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you for the session, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Move on next presentation. The next presenter is Ms. Deepika Ojha. Her code is ES01R. She is from University of Allahabad. Her paper title is Women Education and Sustainable Development. Deepika, kindly unmute yourself. Deepika, can you hear me? Deepika?
I think she's not here. Deepika?
Is not joining.
So now we move on to the next presentation. And when if she's back and she requests, then we will get her presentation done.
Okay, fine.
So we move on to the supposedly last presentation. It is, the code is ES02R. And this is Mr. Shubham, who is from Dayal Singh College, Karnal, Haryana.
Yes, ma'am.
You are here, and the title of his paper is Demonstrating Bits of Knowledge into the COVID-19 Pandemic. So, Mr. Shubham, you begin your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Honorable Madam Dr. Anuja Saluja, respected Madam Dr. Kajal, teachers, and the presenter. Good evening to everyone. Myself, Shubham, from the Alsing College. Next slide, please. Today, I'm going to present my paper on demonstrating bits of knowledge into the COVID-19 pandemic. First, we will discuss about instruction, then previous slide, ma'am. Move toward, yes, ma'am. First, we will discuss introduction, then impact of COVID-19 on agriculture, school, colleges, industry, medical services, laborers, and at last, we will discuss conclusion. Next one, ma'am. Next, yes, ma'am. Introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic or new coronavirus was started from the Hunan Fish Showcase in Wuhan city of China in December 2019. And inside a few months, it has ended up being a worldwide well-being crisis and live creatures like bats, frogs, winged animals, snakes, and so on, as possible in the Hunan Fish Showcase. This new and novel coronavirus have been declared pandemic by WHO. Next slide, please. Now we move over to impact of COVID-19 on agriculture. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the global food and beverages industry have been closed and had a dual impact on online food chain and offline food chain, including restaurants and cafes that are entirely shut down. This impact is seen in almost all regions like North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, and rest of the world. Asia Pacific and Europe have the greatly impact across the world. Apart from the food chains, the supply chains have also been affected or disturbed. The sale of dairy products, fish, poultry, etc. have also been hit during the lockdown period due to shortage of workforce and transport issues. Next slide, please. Now we move over to impact of COVID-19 pandemic on schools. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, it has affected educational systems worldwide, leading to the near total closure of schools, universities, and colleges. Most governments around the world have temporarily closed the educational systems due to prevention from the spread of COVID-19. As of 7 June 2020, approximately 1.725 billion learners are currently affected due to school closures. Due to school closures, approx 98.5 impacting on the world student population. Next slide, please. Impact of COVID-19 pandemic on colleges. Similarly, due to coronavirus or COVID-19, all the universities and colleges are shut down, and it has greatly impact on undergraduate, postgraduate, as well as research scholar. Due to loss of education, the government taken action and adopted e-learning. Next slide, please. Yes. Impact of COVID-19 on industry. Due to novel coronavirus, its impact will leave a long-term effect on industry. The China manufacturing industry will be greatly impacted due to novel coronavirus pandemic. Next slide, ma'am. Yes. Now, impact of COVID-19 pandemic on medical services. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an exceptional test for medicinal services framework around the world. In this time, there are some deficiencies of defensive gear, including N95 face masks, low quantities of ICU beds, and ventilators. Next slide, ma'am. Yes. Impact of COVID-19 pandemic on
cordiality. Due to novel coronavirus, the cordiality and travel industry have also been hard hit. Next slide, ma'am. And at last, impact of COVID-19 on laborers. India's nationwide lockdown amidst the COVID-19 pandemic has critically dislocated its migrant population. Lacking of jobs and money and also public transportation have been shut down. Hundreds of thousands of migrants were forced to walk hundreds of miles back to their homes or villages. Next slide, ma'am. Now we move over to conclusion. The COVID-19 pandemic has already inflicted huge damage on the economies around the world. Why the economy of world has declined? Because due to coronavirus outbreak, the import and exports of products have reduced in a big way. Next slide, please. Thanks for your kind attention. I would also like to thanks to the organizer for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Shubham. Thank you, Shubham. Now, I would request our chairperson, ma'am, to put up questions if there are any.
Well, I think, okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think Mr. Shubham, your paper was something like facts collected.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the actual objective of your paper? Facts. Conclusion.
Hello. Once again, repeat, ma'am. Give us some network
I'm
issue.
saying that after giving the facts, what was the effect of COVID on education, on medical sector, and etc.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was the objective of your paper?
Objective, ma'am, impacts are the...
Well, Shubham, it was really what its title suggests, bits of knowledge collected from various places.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Shubham, thank you.
I was trying to find out the objective of the paper, so just I wanted. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
It was literally the bits.
Of course, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Wish
so
all
much.
the best, Shubham.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all. Now we come to the end of this session. It is about to conclude now, and one participant, Ms. Deepika Ojha, we are not able to contact her. She's rather not picking up the phone, neither responding to our messages. So with your due permission, ma'am, we can conclude the session now.
Sure.
Sure.
So,
it's already been a very long session.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. It's quite a long session. We could hear some good papers also came across.
Yes. Wonderful presentations.
Before we move on to the formal vote of thanks, I would request both of you, Chairperson ma'am, to give your concluding remarks. So first, I would invite Dr. Anuja Saluja ma'am to give her concluding remarks about the session and about the paper.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jyoti. It was a very, very interesting and informative and insightful and thought-provoking session. We enjoyed the session because after a long time, we were in a seminar which was mammothal in proportions. Like we were having short webinars, but this kind of paper presentation, we didn't sit for so long. So it was nice and invigorating and intellectually stimulating too. First of all, let me thank the principal of SS Khanna Degree College, Postgraduate College, Professor Lalima Singh, and the organizers of this wonderful webinar, who have taken the pains and who have invited us to chair this technical session.
Paper presentation forms the very backbone of any seminar, and that's what it has done. And it is an arduous process, and we have to spend time, and of course we all did. And this is something we have to thank the organizers for, and the presenters also, who have very wonderfully presented their works. We almost had about 13 people who were supposed to present, but out of that, only one person did not present. That was who maybe due to some problems could not come. And they were all encompassing different subjects, different things. If I can just narrate a few of the things which have gone through. These papers have been presented on gender responsive budget, then socio-economic conditions and aspects of the underprivileged society. Third, there was a place of shelter, how a place of shelter plays a role in the economy and how it is going to impact the COVID-19 situation, sustainable development, gender discrimination, child marriages, sanitation, decoding learning, then goals of sustainable development, and education combined with ICT, which is the need of the hour, e-business, e-learning, e-health, e-identity, e-governance, which are the challenges of the 21st century. All these were very succinctly presented here. We also had a presentation on SWAYAM platform, how we can use it and to which genre of people it can cater to, which was very interesting. Then what are the skills which are to be garnered by the teachers to teach in this COVID-19 situation and online teaching. And also the challenges on online education at school level, which was interesting, though it had a little bit of gaps somewhere. Then the impact of this situation on the psychosomatic problems that might arise because of this online teaching, and the social problems, the psychosocial problems also which can arise. I wish there was a paper on this also. But anyway, these they did mention in between on psychosomatic. I'm glad that they talked about this problem of the impact on the psychology of the learner, because this is going to be a great problem which we'll have to deal with in the future, especially in the area of psychosocial area and the psychosomatic area, both. All other bits of information also we got about the medical, the agriculture, health sector, and colleges, industry, laborers having so many problems due to the COVID situation. Well, this was in short what was presented here. And I feel sustainability is what exactly is sustainability is basically encapsulated in the 3 E's. That is economy, ecology, and equity. And it is intrinsically bound with the 4th E, that is education itself. All of them have interlinkages and they impact each other. This was a wonderful technical session, and we had a great time. I think I'll finish because we have already taken too much time. We as teachers, when we get to speak, we take up so much time and we just keep on going and going. And I can go on for quite a while on this issue of sustainable development. But I would like to wrap up my words in one little thing which Gandhiji has said, that nature has enough for man's needs, but not enough for man's greed. So all of us as a society must contribute to the social, educational, economic upliftment of people who have been displaced during this COVID situation. I think with that empathy in our hearts, we as teachers can move forward. Thank you so much. I would conclude with this, and I give the hand over the mic to Dr. Kajal Deb.
Thank you, Dr. Anuja. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this international e-conference, SS Khanna Girls PG College, who have taken this initiative to ponder upon such an important issue of today's society. When each and every stakeholder of this civil society is concerned with the present and future situations amidst COVID-19, we as educationists will really have to think about the sustainability challenges before us. As far as educational sustainability is concerned, there needs to be a sea change in the total educational scenario today. In fact, a large transformation of education system. As Dr. Anuja has already explained the papers today presented, it was really very nice to be in this technical session and hear all those papers, which covered almost all the aspects of this sustainability, socio-economic, educational, women empowerment, etc., women education, so and so on. So I must thank the organizers of this conference who have invited me for this session. I really enjoyed it. It was very interesting and very informative, with all the papers and all the facts also which were given in the papers. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Dr. Bejal.
Dr. Jyoti.
Mute yourself, Didi. Sorry, Jyoti, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Anuja ma'am, and thank you, Kajal ma'am, for being with us for such a long time and then analyzing in such an elucidative manner that how the participants, how they presented, what were their shortcomings, and where they really presented well. They augmented our repertoire of knowledge also. So now I would request Dr. Arifa.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Arifa Begum, kindly propose the vote of thanks, and then we conclude the session. Before, after Arifa proposes the vote of thanks, I would request all the guests and our chairperson, ma'am, also to mute yourself, keep your videos on for a group photograph.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti Bejal. A very good evening to one and all present here. It's a great pleasure for me to present our heartfelt gratitude to the chairpersons of the session, Dr. Anuja Saluja and Dr. Kajal Deb ma'am, for their valuable time and support throughout the session. I am also thankful to faculty members and participants of different streams for their active participations throughout the session. Thanks to all of you once again, and would you again meet tomorrow early technical session theme health sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Anuja
you.
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here. How are you, Anuradha?
Fine, ma'am.
Nice to see you here.
Me too, ma'am.
Yeah.
So let us be ready for
Okay, let's unmute ourselves and get ready for the picture.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Everyone, put your videos on. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. And tomorrow we meet again at 11 p.m. 11 a.m. tomorrow in the morning. We have the first technical session of the day, and that would be on
health sustainability.
Health sustainability. And we would like and request you all to join us tomorrow. And thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.